My baby back on I know Siabo, me mamma chi, mamma qua by atna say, and a pain to your baby dink, my baby henny cost or my gun and more. Yabane say now who say yes, I'm on your sem home and come on near cost or my gun and more. Yabedi can say JA and Semi go the various news online portals, JA and 7 senior Tio de Boncrata, the front pages of the newspapers. We'll join the news feed at exactly 6 this morning for the major news bulletin at 6. We'll return to continue till 10 this morning as we share with you stories making waves today, November. And that's also here doing what you. If I'm KWASI ABOAGYE, and I'm paying Ministerial, me that's say with him with video there to I need 100.9. We're streaming live on Facebook as well. Bet me you know sharing. My fast like I say from peacefmonline.com near the online portals. You know I say na yen JAN 7 senior city here the news online portals no. Senior 7 here. And now Finance Minister Koye Mrashebe Jemde budget 2022 at the Koto Ghana for Union. Lot of headlines out of that particular one. Presentation by the Finance Minister. Government to scrap road tolls. Just a buy by road tolls and yadia bedu a year acquire hodo so bridges no once a near the a year will be at Nahanma Odo 1 city 50 pesos. No juicy casa CCI the abans who is at the nephew. Dear whatever. Phone transactions levy to pay for roads. Finance Minister. NTA phone transactions you can never do a film to CCI levy be banned saying. Phone transaction be away piano so not a single public sector worker was laid off due to impact of COVID-19. We see as my Finance Minister de to just say aban ejuma for akrati for nipa ba kokura ni ho ayi nedi COVID-19 this so bebre na de brand so hey ejuma for no still no mutuatua etuomka. Less than 10% of Ghana's 30.8 million population is paying tax. Wash. Yes, Alpha Ghana for or Hanchiche Mubeye Dupe and Womutia yet. One more mark 90% no more. 1.75% levy slapped on Momo, other electronic transactions. Aban says CCR uya Momo transaction anabia uya transfer electronic transfer in your account. Uber 1.75%. Youth-start initiative to create 1 million jobs for the youth from 2022. Aban Edin Shishebi ba Watunidi You-start. When you UTV You-start. So you start no where a initiative be a buying a day back was say a year 2022 of a chassis and a man Bruno and you man 1 million. And 2 teams are more jobs for you youth mobile being you start a year initiative no. Government to raise 100.5 billion Ghana cedis revenue and plans to spend 137.5 billion in 2022, which means there's a shortfall, there's a deficit, and only a back of FIFA, almost by 30 something, and now 30 billion year chile, and only a benye fee. Abayo. We have reduced the suffering of Ghanaians, so for Yata. Oraken of Foriata, what I say, Kromashi, Ghana for Breba, COVID-19 pandemic, you buy in India, Kahoinano, Yema electricity tariffs, cumulatively 10.9% compared to cumulative increase of 264% under the NDC. Just put him Sabanas who Kabumwa, Empocrano, electricity tariffs, NDC address 264% no to Bama buy all cunning in Abuma. And do even 11%, and I just a little shy of 11%. Bomuma free water. Bomuma ye capitation grant in your caca home. That's almost double capitation grant. Nation Builders Corps. Just a nyama bebre aban ye send ye be Ghana for ahochire na ho be han. Enti empini omni mo ma baso. Yeah. Fiscal policies implemented amidst COVID-19 increased public debt. Oforiata. Aha. Aban shishia any sikasem send ye CD ye. Wasi ma kano COVID-19 brana. Uwi unkoko na uwi unkosia na nkokwa na uwi no. Enti brana mo uwi unkosia na sana nkokwa no so yere. Enti ama kanu bia ba be kan COVID-19 free water, free electricity, ini account nyina free food no. Ama kanu akoshoro pa. Ghana kanu ayede no. And some no dear so papa. Headlines in the bebre and the fee a budget presentation of finance minister and ra what the 2 year name no. Na dom kumane say abano sa E-levy ni momo transaction ni sika ye be omo si omo ntwe ma abayo. Womo si omo de womo tia. So minority opposes electronic transaction levy. Dom Kuman woman can say woman say chia aban we. Dien levy ni e-transaction ni den e-banku e-kokonte. Woman say sa dia woman ntwe ma aban kwa e-transaction no. And yet, you can't charge me in absentia. You fear budget ni other stories. So to please. You can't charge me in absentia. So to police. And my shebe jedi ojina hoye Madina lawmaker Francis Xavier Sosu has said that he will be in court to answer the charges against him. I say police for when you want them to charge quite do the bomb. Muntimin charge no bra when you ho. Waba and you will share more court than the Amudia face. In some no doors. Obekai is 499 aggrieved law students, you know. Yen one more cultural show and compass on Muko Ghana School of Law. Yes, yen you are fedino. The CCC at the Ghana Legal Council Law School for you or more Jomo. And your Mutrinko. Ano paying some way Diakotini news online portals no. Yen faster than from a peacefmonline.com other online portals yen no masina yen meji de bon krata no so enimunsem. And some ko twiko bata esum se don twa no dumaja esum Ghana munti adwumadie so eye neat. Up step, jump into it. Let's kick it now. Daily Graphic, the Abokrata Nerisha here. 2022 budget. Road tolls abolished. Auto booth shut with immediate effect. E-levy to fill up revenue gap. Enti asemi American at the home popia the abremo and a day Abokrata Daily Graphic and so come on some say CC idea road tolls yen yibium idea. Abine say fee and ne queen no. Tobu tunu na ye babetum. Na nia ebeboa na etua sika nka yenya fiesa rotosi e-levy eno na sisia eba be di eginemu budget on responsive to pressing needs minority dom kuma na omka say budget ya finance minister de kotu dwa no da bi o how ni atete Ghana for eno de eche se enya no kura no omkokan ye enya no ho asem kura no omkokan 499 law students grateful to president and attorney general Sa 499 aggrieved law school student ya wamkochro nshohwe ananka yesi enyomu wamse omodo mampanyina na ado danko ekufuado omdana se papa any attorney general se wamaka bi omde omanu atum na make say de womo esan babaji omo school Ghanaian Times the Abokrata and so can 2022 budget statement no and was a government to spend 137.59 to 9 million Ghana cedis next year. Abain se sika woba bedie akomba sika wono woba bedie 137.529 million Ghana cedis. And he bedi sika pao. He bedi sika. Cash pan Ghanaian Times and I can say daily guidance so Edan was see road to abolish e-levy takes off as Momo hit 500 billion Ghana cedis. Accra contribute 90% of tax revenue. And then the oba and crying mantem tuono no do no say breakdown of mantem ahodo e wo Ghana hanum say dunsia no enkran ye ne atua oha nchichemu aduokono tax ye nya na chese dodo na afie enkran hanum say no wonder bibia enkran chese sa na tuono no mtua kase Ajinkwa budget to build sustainable entrepreneurs. Finance Minister, where the new crusading guide. There's a budget, no idea or the artists will say Ajinkwa budget. Ajinkwa budget. A Baba Jimmy no me no. Or see a man for one more ankasa, and crank me you in Yuma. And ya de bia will be Juma. Once you be away Juma, you be entrepreneur. We a new crusading guide. Mami fancy anam say ni enkoje no nsia kase boy che asamba ni aba beto so anope e dia mamu need 100.9 news.
Yeah, peace. 104.3 FM Sunni. Oh my mamu nyina ache. Anope kase boy ensaka and na bredru a ye de ebremo no. Na kase boy fi Peace FM so on crime. Esen nam okay 101.7 Afenit FM e 100.9. Ye nyina ye wo Ship House Abeka Junction en crime. And na fe hello 101.5 FM and also Kumasi Edum a very radio stations I would be Briaji Kaseboy Ewa Ghana any abrochira mine so peacefmonline.com ne GhanaToday.com so Aje Kaseboy na anapan somewhere de bremu muma yentie emu nia edi akoteno ebi
sam munyina munim sa enra empanfo kopie mo Ghana mrahye badwafie emu amane bore bi tafo mrahye badwani enade nkyere abatudwa
no achi General Secretary de ma opposition ko kase NDC Owura Johnson ese du nketia wode atudwa se aban wo boapa afa kwa fufuro bi so a wode ma ahianfo ho akere won dodo
asem bi de ani mo do nyamfo kwasi am akwata so afo ndo hwa akwan yensam so ednisa ahyase
Abedwakwa ya wohwe atraye banbo ho nsem so eye Environmental Protection Agency abokokose won wa eye dedema ebroso no obi anyina yi
na amane fufura ewo ball bomo yede mama na no pani say South Africa akosama Ghana Football Association e dia ma FIFA ma Ghana say fiti na kopim busumi ne de tozo aduonu ye wanu yie bi a monfamra
wei ani nsembi ni akabo ma no peyi a ye de ebremo na ye ni amoti yenkan ya joa ye boa agye ena
ode hyekonkron wodi ahenkan kwame ye boa achenkwa na menum bremu na nyumaku anopen so mobo echidom na yawo ya tese nsem no de agu wie mamanya bi atie eye KK Pepra Roofing Company Limited KK Pepra Roofing Company Limited awurade nyankopon awurampon de womu nie se KK Pepra Roofing Company Limited womu de a na se da so bode wajabo ne bo ene Ghana ni bi opeso onya nchansen papa e de bodan so bom pete sampete no woni problem bibia di dem toten kama e de mano ezan say chance kala be na ape chance gbosuo be na ape se ne etie bia se wusi dan se wusi abronsan se wusi abronsan se wusi abronsan sabroze to so makomakom yensen wotwe enu mensia obaboso ye wonade anso e de boso na KK Pepra nyom e de bodan so e kama e correct na e papa number be free epebi ekira kwan 0244 912 100 and 0242 662 004 tie KK Pepra say oko enkran na ufi kuma say ba police bar na wo ensomu ho no benkum ni fa nyina ene dia dependable herbal home e dia du papa abadwa so a ebo na tu yare wase se dia be ya ibenyi ache na enya hoden so dia som amagana enti se wonte dia enupa ebo na mema de memba ye mesima ebo amantimi nyinche enyina ne abondo so puo e dia good dependable herbal home adom natural tonic ebo ama 7 impedance ma manum ato a manum nyam de no utimi tibiwe number abefre 0242 223 555 0242 223 555 5 nyumakwe adaroma ene didi so chocolate drink epia chikwa ensem no yedi nchimu ne mamu
enra ena Ghana maisika sem soafo eko gina Ghana na sebedwafie na working kan oman budget sika sem nkonta ya ban ahyehye ede ato yanimu no okokin kan ye ene empanifo bebre ache wadwene won wa ekasa bo abaso won ekasa tia ene obi adwenkyere bia na no na NDC amanyoko no twatwafo pani eye Ora Johnson asiedu nketia ya bone mra ne se General Mosquito wani ansentwafo kasa ne ebisa nsen na budget ye kenkan ye no ono na dwen ye ne se wo ho no wo si ade bi wo ho no na wo ye ne so ekoto bekun ba wo de onu sa wo de hihye papa ba na so be wiase no na e de oyio ne ni amane hunu ni obre e na ebre umma eti sa budget we se de ebe ma ahiafo ho akere won be ma ahiafo e de won sagu onti be ma ahiafo asem sabe ayemobo abroso moborofo na ehunu amane e wa sa budget ya e de tudwa na nka de ani ni sa ban budget hihye ye ba me be ye wo ya boa mo me ba begu we mu me be sane we mu na nka de ye die ba na so budget we de e budget ye koto bekun ba wo beti awie no na won so no eguje mu eno ase sa e-transaction ehihye ya aban dia ba ani sans eniema ho anamontuo no ni nyina no eye na ada akwa wonam sa kwan so be masabi e mobra wafo mu sika nketenkete no wo mo nia betete won amom ho akire won kase pa wase hihye ba akwa aban de ba ese dia friend say momo wo di sika e ma ne oyonko e wo mobile phone so no aban de ohamu nchemu ba ko ne akire poduoso num 1.75% atoso no wase ni nyina he e ya danse trodu akire sese de ahiafo ebehuna mane pa.
They mentioned that they are scrapping road tolls. I said that there's something bigger, something unpleasant that they are bringing on board. Momo is now the game of the day, and it penetrates to the rural areas, the unbanked population. They use Momo. So if you are taxing that one, and you are rather cancelling road toll whose incidents fall on vehicle owners, it means that it is not a pro-people budget at all. I'm saying that you don't maximize revenue at the expense of people who are overtaxed. If you want social justice and social equity in terms like this, you look at which taxes you talk about, whose incidents will fall on those who have. Because our principle is that from each according to his means and to each according to his needs. So those who have money in difficulties like this, you tax those ones, and then those who can barely make ends meet, you give them some stimulus package.
Yeah, we ora asiedu nkatia adwenkyere e wo enura sikasam nkontabu sikasam soafo ekokenkan wo mrahebedwam no ho
sa sikasam nkontabu sikasam soafo ekokenkan Ghana mrahebedwafie kuro ya ene nam so mo penyo no so yakwantemponi akwan yesam so se soafo wo mamu akwasi amu akwata oyeloye ni ono so de krata bia pia bonten o se ene ya wo anadwu da suom eyedumienu 12 am ekono eviti ekwe tow ayeje ewo tow boot ne bridge tows ni nyina tintan tun ye tonkwanta ya pai ye je atua udru wa nyabotre na twemboko traffic echi wa kaso traffic echi wo pobiman en de ke kan ni nyina no ababe abakwasem eye twam kabia atwam enche nsomde boss yum betutu de afi wona kwan ma da opro ndi ekwe baby nti de oka nyina ne se ezan se aban enkita odie na se enkonte okobu kire Ghana fo efa yakọ mabosika hon osoafo resika samsisi su gina se to ye free wonti ono akwasi amu akwanta a oye soafo yakọ yeni ehongore ba samsonso e de kata ipia kire se ene yawo anadwo da suom dumienu eko to tua e Ghana ha yetwam
ye to akase bono eso e wonra sa budget akenkan kro yi ase enkomodie de bi koso pa na enam summa mna sebedwafo bi mo akire won wadwen won wa ewa edom kase no afa won wa ewo dom kuma na fa no dodo no ane yesantwafo kasaye ya na museni odihunufo Jackson ani mna sebedwani honorable Dr. Zanato Ajiman Rollins wo ye MP ewo koleklo tetwetwe enkomo ene no achi honorable Yao Gomado ono soso akan abato mpasua so ye no atwetwe nkomo ma omo sema mo de tudwa no ya kire bi gu ahoma so
they know MONTIE budget ne bibi no enye bibi a ebeboa Ghana for. Now so next week mo beti there was a budget until next week Mombra chamber na mo beti there budget debate will be very interesting. Yeah, maybe so one year and your COVID now the be blame, you know. If you look around the world, there are some countries, even countries that are developed, the level of corruption that happened as a result of COVID. In my and for COVID and your excuse. So one year be here now with the blaming COVID. But next week the debate will be very interesting.
Budget no me my friend budget. They've come to add suffering into what is going on now. It's just a routine that every year he must come and read something to represent something. But in reality, go to the market and see. Is it reflecting in your pocket all that he has come to say? No. You've increased fuel prices and then telling the drivers not to increase the transport fare. And you call it or what is it? So to me, they should fold up and leave. They don't have anything for the country.
We are way a year NDC Ministerial mienu wamo adwenkyere eno no eye honorable Dr. Zanato Ajima Rollins oye Clote Kole abatwa mpesua so ena honorable Yao Gomado ono sie MP wo akan abatwa mpesua so wamo mienu kasa ena yete ye no eno achi yani Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam woye soafo abedi achi ohwe ojahoden sem so wasan ye MP wo Karaga abatwa mpesua so yano no kasa ye ena honorable Alexander Jan ono so Kentampo South Mrasebedwani omumienu efi NPP amanyoko na fem ene won so kasae.
And then we are introducing what we call the Youth-start program. And the Youth-start program, about 1 billion cedis will be injected into supporting entrepreneurship, not just giving money, but also providing skills training, management training, basic skills that are required to manage the fund and to grow their businesses. Because throughout the world, no economy has grown without the small-scale, mediums sector. And so focusing on that, because that is also where the youth are. Majority of the youth of this country are in the small scale. And let me talk about energy. We have made significant progress on the part of rural electrification, extending electricity to our communities. 165 communities have gotten electricity connected to them. Apart from this, government is introducing a new initiative towards achieving the president's vision of the universal access to electricity in Ghana. Up to 2,400 communities are being selected as I speak to you. Communities whose population is up to 400 people, and all of them will be put under an electrification program to connect them before the end of the president's tenure.
Yana amamfo ehwehwe na finance ministry abeto amaye nyina ya kuma to yem na no ohwe mu aye nuanom ndisi fo na omunim se taxes na ye be increase na omo abose na omo abaye demonstration against ye ba na ohwe budget na tum se tax bie ni ho aye den and so come pa tum se road to ascribe free ho a ene road to ni ho biem say betua road to
Yeah, we Mrasebedwafo mienu Honorable Mohammed Amin Adam ya waye Karaga abatwa mpesua no so Mrasebedwani ena Honorable Alexander Jan Kentampo South Mrasebedwani omumienu ene yasan ete wo mo ne no
na ononyamfo eko asefo anso ye Mrasebedwani madehye watafo abatwa mpesua so ewa asantemem ono tuna semo kadefa asa enra budget unity e Ghana Mrasebedwafo ni se hwe na abawe ananado danko akufo adutuano no wo mutirim pone se wo mbebreki 8 no entinya do mebo mutirim aka so mode tuo bi asabe esu ni mfaso esu ni tunsuaso papa bia e wo mai so ababeto Ghana fo so wo mde nyoma ba wo mudadwon se de adi bei edi mpunto ni yedie beba edi nsakra beba sanse ne Ghana ni wo ma we mu na ni anwan first na time tefe bi de Manchester da kama na di mo bia na sabi wo bo se ye begure no akwato aba ma ene wo beto aba na ohwe ni kuro mu kwan na kura si school chip compound na clinic ni sikasem oya branch na baba wa babu na o adwuma bi ye o mani mojo akandifo no sabi wo mu disika ma no sun se fe ana wo mu nisika maskani nsu wo mu nisika ne mpuntudwuma ti sa nwoma we se nyina ya de a abaya na na adodanko akufo adodano no okikasi ani ansa eno ne hihye bi ba betudwa wode aba betudwa to no nyamfo eko asefo se pempenu wasini pen ade anhihya ewo budget nim no baba beboa papa amomampu ntoni ne yedie sede obi ape kwan papa fa so ko ne kurom obi ape nkane wo ne kurom obi ape one day set one factory bi wo ne kurom no to a aban agent wɔde bɛyɛ ɔman no eyie na yɛntie sɛ deɛ owura ɛkɔ asefua ɛkan.
A tax net for everybody to pay tax is the only way able to near Ghana beyond aid. And it's a road toll. Say Uncle Mote Tamanquano and Utria road toll. Momomuti East Logan, Momote Spenters, Momote Alaju. These are areas where now they don't pay road toll. How equitable is this kind of policy? So we are saying that if some people are paying taxes and others are not paying, policies are able to and the policy that can make everybody pay and say road tolls now inequitable no ye jai name no ye de kwa kwashe baby a ye hunu se Ghana ha no obia almost everybody aye mumu and trust me who share the data no omo ye mumu omo sika no endru 30% endru 100 cedis no and about 30%. So what it means is that it is not actually the poor, as you are suggested, and the airport taxi because unless you do more than 100 Ghana cedis, which we know most of the people who are poor no don't do more than 100 cedis.
Eni amuti ye mrashebe dwani madishe wo tafo abato mpeswa so ononyamfo eko asefua no ka se to ayeye free wa ye de kotu momusu no enya hiafo ntine ye sa sabe onga kakra wo nsem awotaye momu no eni e badwe kakra na ye de ahye oman ne nchichiriyem
ya to akase bono eso a yenkwada no da so a etwro BEC ensohwe ya odi ewie wo made suan ba bi o maduro no na eno no odi nsantwafo de abeto dwa se emaiwa ne bebre nyenyem o mo tro sohwe no ebinum anyem wase se obasi ko ba bi ti se Tachiman South no mo a wo mo wo emaiwa mienu a wo ma wo nkwara ne tuanufo ano eno mo etwro ensohwe no na Tachiman South no wo bono region eno obasi ko ba bi ti se Wanchi so enkwada no edu baako 11 womo awo womo matuanufo ano enkwada no edu 914 womo da so nyenyem afunu bo womo anim no mo so ede twro ensohwe no wei ama wanchi pani ono ohwa mwasua so no wase wosra pa wo biara wakura ase ana wokuro mo nkwada ne bi wo ho manwa na etwo so ne bi wo no mo nyem no menyo odwo womo ntwentram womo wo bia enkyere odo yamoa womo etesese kura ye ka sei ebredi du no mo behwa ne yaje womo ma no no ma chinufo ne bi aguade ansa na omakotena center ho makotro na obi so ahwenkoda no e de ama wo mu enye ehonko se okoba bi ti se central regional enkwada na etro so hwe no emu aduanan num 45 omonyem omafuru na pie se ya pe na omode tse ho a omotro enso hwe no wase obasi koba bi ti se efutu empotamu a efutu emaywa duo no 20 enenyem ana wo mo etro winiba ehon mu asem ene ye ka no eno edancha ya edwumaku enyan esiem enkwada duo no num 25 wo mo so anyem ana omotro enso hwe no bi wase eno etikoda ya wasukufuo aduasa mienu omo ye neduafo prisoners a omo gu afiase wonsawom omo ye aduasa mienu 32 omo so afi BEC no omo gusu a omo etwrobi
yeah arishma ma high peace 104.3 FM okay 101.7 neat 100.9 asante memu nyina PSA hello 101.5 ya homeso ye ba mobeti ye ne ewo samaya Bafana for Aqua Sama Blasters ewo FIFA asemo yaba
Peace FM
so wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na se wo ye na se wo yam so atim so
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt techira kwai entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto nemum edi nanu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor
Amanfo, the Amoka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Hono,
or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center.
Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwoho.
Brand Ben Alpato, Samsung, Nokia, Media, Apple, Nasco, Infinix, Huawei, TCL, Skyway, West Point, Senis, Nina Iwobi.
TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dear. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumimli.
CCTV, a
Wama monitor properties and business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV any daho. Ewo detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Utimi connector ma phone. Ewo monitor baby awo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Ejosu ahodoa oton phones ene ehun accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 ana 02079373323 ana so bako memle city light in chehwa na yaka discount ene achadia obetiasie.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones and its accessories.
Amen.
Yenim samu busase ni je asene sei.
Asiane se wode amen agranse niam awo herbal ayaresam bio na nkunudie adasidie na asie ani abasobode nkoa. Apomdie mo ho to a wode abra manfo efiri yenti so ekosi ya na asie. Ehina yade sha amen hu ensaw yade. Wode ne nwe ni abefo efidie echi yade no kun what time.
Amen e de herbal accommoding was signed in naturopathy and homeopathy kwan ekun ye nyarewa.
Say sukuu fofo amanone besua ekwan ya yade herbal say yade ewo amen.
When nanti ena yede anije frɛ from say we pawo yare bi hyehyɛ ho ana yare bi abagye akonya wɔ nipadua mu a Allahu shafi onyame ne yaresafo inshallah enyame adom a ayaresa beba.
Amen the free screen na hyehyɛ so sabre yo 85 ho gym na won hwe free.
Amen wodome wo be old smith flat
ultra modern branch wa Klagon Tama Road free 020-722-9505 and 0245-275254. Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Uyabusia ya mamu akwaba yetu akase bono eso. Bedwaku ana so manya dwumaku a wo hwe se bobre ebenya banbo obehwa tena ye ho nsensem eye Environmental Protection Agency EPA wo na ekasai wo mabo asori ni ankorankora binum kokko se dede ye emroso a ekoso no obi anhwe ne wonyina yie na wo ma ne niam entuto ye fi se eyade a etia emra na de ebema sansem wo wode abeto dwa no ene se EPA wo makobo dwa wa amasaman ewo ga west empasua so akoye enchechere edi ama assembly no ekwan ya befa so a dede yo bebrebe wo montene so no ye betimi out to eho anamo wo mo kasa no mo say ade no wo kan na wo kan ye environmental protection for no wo mo wo atenaye e wo Ministerial assembly bia mu na wo mo bibia fa say noise meter eno ya fide bi otimi di susu ehunu say asemasi dede a wo ye abro so we dede die eye na sa meter no ehiase e to bi ma won pa ewo assembly bia mu amemu adwumayefo no o matibi dia susu dedayo no ba bia duro no na sabro so a ya kire oya ko a wo ye samfonso no na ye gina bylaws anase emra sa mansin no wono so na ye de eho asotwe amano kwajefo pani ono no da environmental assessment and management ano ewo EPA owura kwabena badu yeboa wodi tudwa se yesese ankorankora bi yedede nipa makomako bi asori bi yedede papa na wo mo stress obi anka hu se dedo yo no ewo ba bi yakopem ensese etra wutuatua nkrofo asu kwoka eha nkrofo adwen a wotumra yetimi de wugina emra no anim na sese de won a eyedede ri tuatua nipa so na wo toto atenaya banbo ase no enya de EPA bejai ama wafa won ho adi
yana omo antifi na yedin kitamu yani nyina se epese yana omo discuss kwanya ya faso eye dede ewo important African kan ya yebu ya krakeho ne ya san education so kan as you see tax force from noise tax force on noise police volume spinners omo sorry for chromophone. And from time to time, they go around educating people and also arresting people. In the year, I'm not just saying, I'm saying, no conclude. And I say, but the way I deliberate my concern.
We a penny on order. Oye adwuma wo EPA na yete ne kasa no san editu dwa se won wa eye dede bro so tuatua nkonfo aso won wa ka nyamesem won wa ton wade won wa paika won susu edi dwuma bi asori ye dede bebre no won kan no se EPA emra no ma won tumi so otimi di safo no agina court ebo won kwadu eto obi biara wo ye saade no esese wo hwe ne yie odi we ne agi se odi mbase kwa me bebi ofan ko bare anam do mbeko kane
ɛne asɛm de
efia no pakosi anadwo
ɔmo adwuma yɛ ɔmo ma record na ɔmo titɔn duro no
ɛna ɔmo paika
ai
di otibe ho aya
yɛmfa mo kɔ South Africa na no kwasi adai Ghana for bɔbɔ ɛwɔ Cape Coast na Ghana for agidie nyina ne sɛ de na ayiri mu ne de komunya be mienu bi gu South Africa for bafana for atrema enkompe yadwo bafana for be dia grow Cape Coast Sports Stadium regime say yes emrantie ball ball ene keka Ghana for so hunu so ni na musa chomu rehye mu nyina kwahye hwesreman refi nim se ona be twitwaje for ampani ampa refi so bo no ho ne twitwa de je Ghana papa ema che the da you was won go hye Bobby ya wudi ye kikiri refi se by for fa maje sama kwa ne yellow card de ka the day so de yakobasa de ne obehe wonim go hye papa wale penalty to woko na chipuni tukitwe bi wambudi bebre ye hu ane se srodo atena kasa go South Africa for say hey refi na dia na ba so wo kwa compare na o a compare on na ba ye bo we penalty ya gigi owiasi ebi nie levi se me na ma kom course e fa ho ben se won so dey Cape Coast in the left no bo modern kan fante kakra inji South Africa for so enya penalty ni bi won play abaku inside the 18-yard pad Ghana for be menu atemiensa won crash player kikraw levi se me hui oba me den me si me hui South Africa for say ti wani nya o da me hui sa e no beti enka Ghana for kram sa penalty go na hwe yapon South Africa for ke bia che referee park che we bunia ya unye nipa we abro papa wo bo trimpo so ube yi South Africa for film nyesa ne nipa ye unye bibi ni papa ene park so mo kansam to mo free akono mo se mbati yanka o FIFA sai ya ga so mo di agro ampani ampa makosa ma FIFA se FIFA na ne ko Ghana Cape Coast na bom ne ebo ende omri ensa ahye bo ase papa ye visa agro FIFA nso atwa krata de ba Ghana man omhwe football so say ma ye fiti ne ekopem busumi ni de to so di 20th November en sama South Africa for kruche e de gu krata so abre FIFA no se Ghana wanu ye bia won femra so oni anu ye bia nso won kana no ntum na emomu no wamo hyebo se animanim ya FIFA ate eye committee a ebe trasem no so no wadie na odi mumu aye nyina abeto amansan enim ye
abusuafo kasebo no asi yene amote yene yajoa yeboa agye ena
achenkwa na menum bremu ode hekronkron wodi ahenkan kwame yeboa yama mumbo eni tia adehye ye kam se nyumakuo bi ene bo ye chidom KK Pipra Roofing Company Limited enukre Mr. Alex Asum ono oyegmo Fresh Commission head office omutwe ade omuchi so befa kuntuna se akwakotwa dua ene ye chewde a omamu se emra ewo memu ti KK Pipra se on person ne Alex Asum mu benya problem no Asum bedwo na adwuma board na so pete a asemu mfi akire made a ene ne mane yiwa hia asem ye wona ade ade board na so first fo nche first omo hwe na de so enti omo nchewo but ma be pen na de ne bi di abodan so ensuo tow awia bow emfa ho so open chance papa nso pa keke papa wo na abeko adin chance etimi di bodan so na dem aye din kama anomansu kura wonte but na simple ena o pese o kokotom nyoma nso a wo de number atudwa 0244 912 100 ena 0242 662 004 natural product de onumbieye enfo na diaba dependable herbal home ubu ho anu na mo anu ayedi beka se oni problem baby wino kafra wate ko dependable herbal home na benya duato adom malakio eno ye de malaria adom natural man capsules for vitality stamina vim and vigor se vigor no kwa ni kumi no vigor no kese ebeye fiko ena adom lady capsules to pache eno so menstrual pains obebia Tabi Buza, a Madi, and say, me come as Madame Ferricakra, to Mudimusi, was winner and Carboni be, clear it away. And a dom natural tonic, and also the Eboa pa. And it is a wish I will be no swap in Papa, not as an hoya dear. I am on a number we 0242 223 555 0242 223 555. So I want to vim and I Vigo Asia. Vigo, it means a fico. Yadimuasi, Yahomeso, and there Yawada. Yansu Yawada, the Lebia, some guessing you be here, and the Abisha budget. Yansu Bakenka, a budget to her. Answer the answer also. Ghana Montier.
Oh, there's some papa. Cassia bo. Go work at Tamonsa. Amaya say. Cassia boye. Onye yimu. No cretrodo. Kagile men kamadile bo. Nita fe. Mama yentie. Cassia boye 100.9. Kwesi bonkwe.
Utie oha extra punk no needs FM.
The show wa eja oba ene nkonkron dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Lufat.
Injija woman malaria enka won to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a compare.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sentence.
FDA Ashasa a Jedi Kratway Ajatum say ye. Utie oha extra punk no needs FM.
Ghana Montier. Oh, there's some papa. Cassia bo. Go work at Tamonsa. Amaya say. Cassia boye. Onye yimu. No cretrodo. Kagile men kamadile bo. Nita fe. Mama yentie. Cassia boye 100.9. Kwesi bonkwe.
Below are the regional breakdown of tax contributions from 2017 to 2021. Mr. Speaker, Greater Accra contributes almost 90% of our domestic tax, and Ashanti, Western, and Eastern regions together contribute barely 3% of domestic taxes. Mr. Speaker, domestic revenue mobilization is the key to making the vision of Ghana beyond aid a reality. We cannot, therefore, as a nation, continue to depend on only 8.2% of our citizens to carry the burden of 30.8 million people. This is unsustainable and defeats all the tenets of economic prudence and moral justice. From the Bank of Ghana confirms a growing trend in online trade. The data showed that between February 2020 and February 2021 alone, Ghana saw an increase of over 120% in the value of digital transactions compared to 44% for the period February 2019 to February 2020. Apart from the convenience online trading offers, the surge has happened globally was primarily due to the increase in the use of digital platforms as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Total value of transactions for 2020 was estimated to be over 500 billion Ghana cedis compared to 78 billion cedis in 2016, just 5 years ago. While total money subscribers and active mobile money users have grown by an average rate of 18% and 16% respectively between 2016 and 2019.
Aye, ora, Kenoforiata, Nene, dear Dosso, Papa. Ye will be brave, Hanum saying, run 70 B or the 2 Ja, Bra now are presenting, yeah. Budget, you know. Yeah, cause you are, no more better than cranka. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie, you may dear so. And now, we me, Mamma, and you are dana. Aha. Yani ya fomu fancheme. Baka seni ya frame kweku, si ya frame kweku. Frame kwesi. Nkame ni nkawe kesa miya bias. Ano from Brejo. Ano pay Lufat for da Romani atnase ye de jumedie de bremo. Ye da Lufat ase papa ebia ubisa se Lufat ye den Lufat ye malaria dro. Enti se ebia ye wakwada obenya malaria na episode 2 na se uyi malaria no fi dia omodi ape Lufat na ya nkwada dia na suspension na nsuo a obetimi anom na eyi malaria na fi no so no wetimi asore no akọ school no aye bibi opeso ye obetimi di agro kama pitimi di kama ni nyina Lufat adamanti bomodi apenyi wanso dia ho no na tablet obetimi anom na etu malaria na senti bomodi ana pebi icha kwan me Lufat mpa ho de biarada antimita ni eye lumifantry no maka bo mam dia WHO for ajatum sansona FDA for asan asia chese otim se ye edro won aso tatahwe bura ye pharmacy drugstore chemical shop bia ben obi also pe Lufat malaria dro no na odi abo webusia ho ban o madama na no pe oti enka kwesi ABOAGYE me na medi djumedi ho chiame kwabrama fo so kame ho wo back in kind de bonkrata no dia maye wa dwen chere so ye 0503721744 and some no dia doso budget ni mun komo no na mehu krata bi krata na ba beto abontin I say mpenfo bi ya prom hododo ana nyesa I say bi no ya ye gidi gidi bi ya bem aha me ban ma bekin kan krata na mam na mehu ade kronti amesi ebinimo ya ye gidi dodo because budget presentation yen na etie bio any ati minister no kan except send your kind na bia wo mo aban mu no wonim bibia ye ni All right, so krata me kan wase me fi Ministry of Roads and Highways na enra mfanja menra ena omuyi sa krata EPA and omo beto abonten, that's Ministry of Roads and Highways na yen kan krata no na nhu adkunti ana me kase bi ya gidi dodo or see cessation of road and bridge toll collection nationwide. Now following the presentation of the 2022 budget by the Honorable Minister of Finance on behalf of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana on Wednesday, November 17, 2021, the Ministry of Roads and Highways hereby directed the cessation of the collection of road and bridge tolls at all locations nationwide. This directive takes effect from 12 a.m. on Thursday, November 18, 2021. The Motor Traffic and Transport Department, MTTD, of the Ghana Police Service will be on hand to provide security at the toll locations from the effective date. Motorists are kindly advised to approach the locations with caution and observe all safety measures that will be put in place. The motoring public will be advised of further measures in due course. Signed, KWASI Amakon Ata MP, Honorable Minister, Minister for Roads and Highways. Kwabena Boami Anope.
Abusuafo the KWASI kan I Minister of Roads and Highways. Asoya sa kwan ni akwantempo so no de krata ye pia bonten. Na asem ni nie. Watrasa enra budget ya tikasam so afo gina mampani na na de danko akufu ado anem ade tu da no. Na mampani ani so ade hunu ba ko ne se anka anumpo de enra wade tu da no Wednesday de no. Ana minister yinsu ejina so asaya se akwan ni akwantempo so ejina so akatre tobu to awodo ya wat akwantempo so ani baby ansam so wa bridge one say Thursday 12 a.m. anado 12 a.m. wa meva ne say etem ya ye de koi November 18 2021 ana opeso wakama motie ayi MTTD fo monso say na momwa obi enjan sa to no a wagye e wo tobu tumu no entimi ne wo ka sei udu tobu tu bi atemu ko udu ba bia ansam so wa bridge a eno nso wo muti wa no mo gege to a eno nso temu ko enti asempo anaka prempo afa mu obi a wo ho MTTD fo gina wa no mo a wo ne Ghana Police Service abo ban said ye be ya mentime ho asibia NC ewo ho enti wo mu de afutuo yi ama adrobesi a etiche fa kwan nyina so se sansise yi asase a eye adwuma enti mo nkoso ana mu ntam wawura kwasi amu akwata ye mrasebedeni wasaya soafo a osa kwan ne akwantempo so Overquesi one no the crat a PNT 12 a.m. there. Anadunwa about 12 no. Ede ba besi anopei toaswa konyina asasi juma.
So krata in effect in your opinion person chair say idea ene tobuta hodo ewo Ghana nyina no nya de obi abetra no say enye adwuma omo nyi sika but unse na make say Minister of Roads and minim say bia say pray na bi o ya pray no ho dia because unse Minister of Finance ka say budget ni agitumu a
say agitumu
and asade be ye adwuma
yeah
but say minim say omo nji ntumu beboa
afena omu be debate wo ho ense ne da wo kan wie no na omu adone settings no nti omu antena sokra
Ninti krata dear no person but the NTA Finance Minister na yemra.
Okay.
Speaker, our roads need fixing and building. Our roads are being fixed. It is true that more roads have been fixed and are being fixed over the last 5 years than any relative period in the entire history of our nation. We even want to do a lot more, and this budget will cater for this. That is why for decades, governments after governments imposed and maintained tolls on some public roads to raise funds for road construction and maintenance. This is the situation in many countries. However, over the years, the tolling points have become unhealthy market centers, led to heavy traffic on our roads, lengthened travel time from one place to the other, and impacted negatively on productivity. The congestion generated at the tolling points, besides creating these inconveniences, also leads to pollution in and around the vicinities. To address these challenges, government has abolished all tolls on public roads and bridges. This takes effect immediately. The budget is approved on appropriation. The toll collection personnel will be reassigned. The expected impact on productivity and reduce environmental pollution will more than offset the revenue foregone by removing the.
Okay, so that's Finance Minister no Abraham no presentation of the budget in your cafe toll booth. Any say aban atwam sisi atobut ni enye adwuma eno no de to dwa bad utie ye nsem no kan ni pa say sade be ye adwuma ebra budget no omo approve and appropriation so womo edi ama so ye that so dey here anenra na because date na was akrata is 17th
yes
me sure say near me you be say so na dey but senior be ya yen nan so de no obi nkotwe ho man so bia nkotwe ho diary be ka say okay budget ni yen ntumu omo approve ye enti minister na akra nso si supi kan say okay omo gitumu a ade be adwuma enti enne ya krata pie no omo de ade we ye adwuma no na chese nia minister kan no ene nia krata nso pa kire no na ai say enko kwabena
yeah obakwesi wa won say budget no me did say womu kan wi a womu nya adaje eno na me kai kura access womu oji atumu a baabi wo na senye minority fo ni bi da womu so womu a work out no internet say endu stage a womu start kura debate wo ho empo na womu start aka that particular way no ho asem age atumu enti sa wo de kra te pia bontin sisi a say yenya tobutu no okay what about if isamra sebedafo no eno that particular one no mo anje antuma obede obakwesi so mo anye antuma onabo amo akwata obede
wa
yeah so mo anje antuma obede enti I say excuse me to say but wa pren ho dodo ena wo say enyo ano nko ani ministry ene yaka ho no mo asem Minister say ka wasem nyina obiam fa krata mpia bonten na ebi nso a ofakwesi na krata no nso mfiri na so ye na no obi na atrema no de nsa asase but se firi wono na so ye ene wode ba ye dia and you know, I pray no one do.
Okay, may I say, well, so information is any any at Wamamo Ayano pay, say, Finance Minister Casewa, Yenya Butre no more approve, not to Sadi Bay Juma, but Crate and so a few ministry. I want to say, one more dear, Yen Shas Yen Fan Yejumanti, Yatum. Now, it's here for him, say, I send back Yedihun Komo Pa. Pity a Jordana by a benchmark values. Benchmark values, see, Bem se fie be mienu bi atwam. Nhihye bi aban de ba ya Dr. Baumia Vice President ekra na announce ye se edwedifo eniema bi ho no msi a wo ekofa ba. Sa niema no wo mo be 50% discount bi. Ena cars nso aye kra be nso no 30% bi da so. Na obekaya na otwi krata bi epie ye fi Ghana Revenue Authority for ho no a kire se sa benchmark values no ye fi honum say ye jai na omunya approval se be ye djuma na approval no nyina be fi se finance minister call ye mra se bedwam na kwa present budget na obeka ho asem ene dwedifo ye ni Dr. Joseph ye kweku oben guta president di nkomo ye ni pharmacy fo ye di nkomo eku ahodo bebre ye ni omudi nkomo amu nyina am chese ade we be haje but ma memfa eno nka ho se association of ye Ghana Industries for no AGI for there. No, I say Sadia way benchmark values on Mudia, Omukutia, M1, Abani infio. Enra, Jabo sometime. Good full, feed forward is full, Omine home, smoothless level. Finance Minister says Sadia, ye chem benchmark values on selected commodities. No, this year ye chem Omupo, ye chem. Doc. Hello, Doc.
Yeah, medioso.
Dog na pomwe.
Yes, Adam, you jina hoping.
Yo. So, men say, minim say, nrani echi ase den ye di nkomo. Chechi mu benchmark value si, mu position, adekronti amu fi se, sa ban yi fi ho a, ohawa de beba, mo kan ni nyina, maka.
And they say, ya kanin na fi abedu si.
Ena aban no enti amfa nye adwuma, wo ye fi ho nom si. Enra finance minister dia tuja sign amusom
yeah there yente so dogo bi no abe ya wo unfinished business until say ya ne aban asim konwa na ya doso mu na ya busa aban say ya the problem and the brewo and I solve that problem no ma yen na duty no yentimi ntua we are self na ye duty na e wosoro pa abnormal and into nearby ye would motias ye by ye no namunim se problem or one man nyadianka mubejai because duty na no ye de boako mamo mano then nam se munim se ne board den dodo and I musin kunya etie yen eniti since I'm we so reverse here now we reverse here de akobusu mu ana wo ha mu ano de wonum se ntoaso eniti yeni aban ebekoso sinkunya sana aban ahyebo say woni ebeye thorough stakeholder engagement no embaye enti ye wo tweyemu ye entera make us ye wo unfinished business yeni aban betra say na yes say wosu yi benchmark no aban the free pay edini nyansemu eto say de no de baye for a solution problem na ye de call ye no it is a bia was a benchmark no na edin no wompe na we de solution fufuro bebre ye say yen kosa wo ha de den mu a say eso mi ehu edinti ya de betimi aka na no pay no na ekwan bia so a ye de emrakwan so ebeye ne edidie so eni aban bekasa ni afobrase mu ma abran ati ase say ade a your case, you know, yes, you will case, yes, you your stakeholders. Ma enquire say, yeah, ordinary common traders. In it, yeah, some there, young fan, na quire say, manufacturers at Omono, a war factory, and the BT or Masmabra, or Monsamokan, so in Mubiano, in Subiano, and it, nurse and tray. And it, and yeah, budget to be a year now. And we for trade deputy trade minister our on share a dread so or fair ye need and come ye nundi come up share kwaya ye bet me start engagement is so in Honorable Minister Dukua and also Watro Papa or Beshe Nansa Wusona Yenia Bibi Dino ya starting a pepe. If we are near we select committee on trade or no see abako yeah the asama na kotu manim ana ye cha to na ye de call ya wo moti ase de benchmark na ba ye no ye company for a council of state and ye call catch omo no mo say hey wa amasem de ano hye then ka enya ade a ye de call ye no say nye problem ano hye ka council of state eni that ade bi to say duty obeka say ye call ade a wo mo anim say no so de de kire man na ye this benchmark value no so ba ye no ya ACD a revenue target ya cham anything identity idea to boa first no na benchmark credit and na smoke no because na wonya wo target enti no idea na ya ho we plan say Ghana Revenue Authority between use a successful program na waka say reverse it. What can Niama Bonds and Yanima? That's a dinano and Koye. Table AGI free, one more opportunity a brew yet, so after your Omuntia duty. Oh, and I yearly tier duty 20% to 35, and some of VAT or no VAT no, we would cheer your Sunday mom, Momuka, Mokase, yet the 12% depend more, Montiaba 6%, but yet nano, I buy one from my end. It's more was our advantage, you know. Yesika, you cheer, ewo, no, yetibi, near their support, more industry, you know. And near my so much come once a year, one more electricity bill, and your friends saying, cost of borrowing, that's an interest rate. Nebuano dear, Ayokotoku Kumba, and there's one more come once him. And it's my main friends here, na,
but before Bekono, once finance minister can the current year of Chichimu Kakra say, sa industry and as adia no more to move chasadia on pese, omo buana homegrown industries in Sutimi Jina a year and naso, and unti no more BBC and unti a brother says so a brother says so me fee on him say, and no actually say,
the finance minister, Katre or my Ghana, me at TNC. Policy and now support programmer yedima industries you know yes say ye better import duty ni atum and I say e bedu prepenso bi yes ma import to near makra and the one can say that's how we support industries baby you support industry because here it's a one more year now one more industry for no one more near mapo ding na ya hwekwan a eniema no ankasa ne bo bebe for say you be reduce electricity bill you be reduce interest rate na you be more resources normally machines are efficient high technological machinery ediaba amo money ma ye competitive they said the eviasia mantia no mo tetire ensagu ye tia obi o woto go there someone dey train in some unity or no be compare FOB prices into be compare Ghana industry price you know against Morocco against South Africa against Egypt any honky can no share what Ghana the other boarding it won't shop be you near man be competitive now we want be shop to say oh you near man board dey pa you tin eti my Ghana importers no kawo mo hye na yentimi ntwa de na ye policy dia na escre
but ebi so agentchene say sa niam bi ho
say for bi o so a omo Ghana ha omo manufacture a omo niam no kra no ye boye hu muso kra ne akwa brutire ho ana akoto niam na ba eti sa krofo no eni niam ebe bia ye work comparative advantage you know and na say ye ya dwen ekọ na sa krofo no ya ade no wo nye wo madwuma na nya yi that one no dey friend no manufacturing na nya wo mo a wo mo ehunu de wo mo ye because you got manufacturing and then industrialization nya ne ma wo as assistant na be between industrialize it's never true because America more import about 80% of their daily requirements. Intimate part of my main friends here.
Okay, that's an opinion. Dr. Joseph Kwekwa being your president, my year good and pay need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi so no so go budget moons and semno and I shall here na se tobuti hu nkomo minim se bebre titiw ye mu a ye yusu ye cars wo roads no so no enim se dodo na ni age se road and transport minister krata so de bae saadi ya sha se ye adwuma ne me sure se wonam kaso tobuti ye mu amonam nsawem kwan yusu ha no mo sei mu amonam ye ahefantama motorway ni miamia hodo bridges ahodo amotie nkasa abre minim se yes mudu hono mu a won sa de mu yo a ekosa
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ode sampabo Kasiabo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya se Kwesi ABOAGYE Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine men kamadine bo Nitafe Mumayentie Kwesi ABOAGYE 100.9 Kwesi Monkwe
well ye kwe nim ye to aso kwara so tobuti say ashase na mu yo amanfo
o share UTV na omudi omu wo live yanso ye beko but we dey edem utu ho no mu a hwe ni ho but of Kwesi question ne say enti say parliament anje saade we ya antum a ye be yedai
wa aye wasema ubisa me sure say anu asem se be Sian Ampedu aye co-chairman abuso kan spare part association and dealers association ene no eni enkomo kaka Rampedu da simu akwa baba ni TFM so anope
wa se me da wase
na mpomwe
ya meti ase
so enra budget minim se moji break akra bia mutie bi ana so far mwate ensem no bi a ifi mu baaye
ya kwasi ya timu zemedi
okay so saying na moje no ensem no epie fi mu baaye mu fi yes ya de a edwedifo titiw mo kofa engines spare parts edwedie ya modie ensem epie fi mu baaye no ya de a enigisem ana say na timamo
kwasi me da ase mamechia ni TFM phone na
Joseph
na menna o mani ni to fa se if you maybe say na yes maka ye na yes ye the adwen ene ni de kaka ne ni a ya adwen ye so ya tu jana man san sa ki ta ma papa kwasi nyame ni no kre ta budget we there se me ka siga before enya bo so kan enkwa na me ka before in general ene budget we ho a na kwasi me cha ntro na anything but they say I always I want to say oh pa I get the for what you pa as you get the for and can say in them say Ghana for and they say what you but see COVID no and ya ban kwana sabi e dia ho sabre no e o mamuni wiase ni na I ain't get the for so you can and I always say o kra niema pressure ya de na shape ade o niema ba no because all you 20 liter container and can we about 20,200 and then we about 9,000 plus. That is the new city. And the other we about 5,000 or 6,000 and so we about 16,000 dollars. That's our near my Timiaba. Now near money be driven so. Yeah, a woman say a buy no E-levy to be any benchmark values but other taxes and get the so woman I can't back on one. So yeah, media budget no whatever he can ho iti ama eniema aho check akra wo ho but no nyina mo no se dwadifo akoma ne se taban anya akoma pa se benchmark value wa yi bi afi ho se de ho be hen han yen a yen fa de sa ne nyina yen mo ama ma ne na sa ko ba se akodu sa ban se that benchmark value so within 2 years a period no wa yi afi ho na ahochire nyina ya sa ko mo biem a eno na kwese ma ye nenyi yesusu biem ma ye nenyi say association simienu a wo Ghana AGI for na association of Ghana industry for any good for association ye nyina ya juma ba ko AGI for ntime nka so mo nye businessmen and so mo nye traders but omo manufacture at the same time so no omo ye part of omo ya eto ne ma na gaban bibi sa ho na so obe hwe no aka ho atam kra gaban fresh situations mi no tena nye he modalities ne ma bebre betimi ahwe ya to ne ma na ne ma ayabotre atimi aba na ban size ba ko na dwen ko ba ko de so na onka situation mi no timom anya se yeti o man mu ha ne ye asabi atamfo esa say aso AGI for no etro mo de gita for etro mo de enya de papa ICC o man mu wow AGI for no so ensa mo de ma ban so adi so no ye ni traders de hu say enya asemo na anka na mo tina pa ma aka sha ban no akwa se hwehwe ni mu na o mo ye se wo produce ni ma okromu ha na se ni ma ne boarding na se ye nto no be the name of your but of all the duties and taxes that we can in man boy for. We saw say if we and your benchmark value and a man as an is any man boy for my any boy thing. So be a producer power. No, yeah, $5 per megawatt. Now also you produce power the amount. Now we share $15 per megawatt. We didn't turn the pandemic no one and the Nema bo a bay. To be called for the facility or bank, no share 2 to 8%. Now, so the Okwaje, you bet 21 to 30%. When it's any pan, we producing the amount, one any year a bo a bayful, and I did bo bay. It can win a AGF for near in I expect to say, how many are buying back now? Buying Emma high that is the cost, no, Emra from any high interest rate, so Emra from now you'll be able to benefit. No more found and question say if you're the 47 year the encounter mine. If you can see media make can year I buy a coin number so and you get the 4 personal, and yeah, it's not a hot sell pa.
I hope you are say, but what kind in Semna, a finance minister, what they two job, particularly our sa and Komoya the benchmark values now. My main kind of crana mean we shall say after 2.5 years of operation, the temporary benchmark discount policy on imports introduced as a stop-gap measure will be reviewed to make it more efficient and targeted. Now, the review will align the policy with current development needs to protect the environment, local industry, strengthen public safety, and support public health. The review will cover vehicles and selected general goods. So, means say, you stop gap, and yes, idea by say, my metra half a ball. ABBI, ya na yade so bibiano. But abane who say, infiem ye no near fine tree, as so much me and Sakraka, Crantina Banasano. Na or Kabi say, when you know no more yes and your local industry. Na ye beti mi diama ye public safety yankasa ye banbo any public health ya po mu de ho nsem ni account enti na hu akwa hia se so mutu sa na man we no eno no ento asum yes aho kire wo ho ni aka mo kabani abansu kensu timo sei
pasi emra omo introduce bank my values no omo di fear yo ana traders ya sha no kwa mo de ye friends let ba out say and you know, benchmark values be any ho. So see a film ya ma fi beda ji say no kre. And here say omuni ta benchmark values ni enfi ho. Ya kan wa asem no Council of State eba mu. Ya nya ban ni nyina hia e. Ya di asem to bia no. Omo hu say yes no kre se de ya kan no kre. Eti omo ye hu bibi. Ezu be hu bibi na kodru mribi. Asa wadwen ye wo say, wo wadwen ye wo say yeah, message now the buy, you know. He been to be a free one. But the baby never be a free if I food you and 1 year for Sunday. Maybe a food you and 1 year for Sunday. It's not like a people come up any wood go. I wanted 2 million now on some year. They were 2 million or some of the 2 million better will be aqua which they want. That will tell me, I just said it took Sabby. I just said, no. Yeah. Quasi, yeah, the end in your home. Na enu ameka se bi wo network bi so bra mo de sa asemi be true Dr. Baomia de true ja no anyuma ye pegya no ho abamu awie no so me na de pegya sa anyum no e ma nipa ho nyina so ma to de ma aban And then the Sabanisa, and you might have better one and you back. You can't know to me as again.
Okay, all right.
Yan can see a cry. Yan can see a cry. Sabi, the 2 million Indiano. I know the 2 million again. And then over inflation, because it's about 11%. And I'm a boy. Inflation over 11%. The business said inflation about 7, 9, 7, 8%, you know. And then the agent for 11%. I hold check a character ever system. This about the side, you need your for that Christmas. Of course, to be about a ton in the Masubiano, or better, I am a consumer, no. I didn't papa could get a consumer. So in no share, no. The other judges to be ano. Better quiet, but the first media.
More my dear, more boy caucus. Well, or the goose are Muslim, the goose are my Yabaton.
For that Christmas. Some for that Christmas, I might make Jessica. Be did ya may pay for so, Kakami and my bush and my young member. It is a duty cost running a Marcos, my cousin, my family. To be told spare party, Pequatisa, Fabio Cafra. Make spare party, Messata, the Messin Pabua. But Piani. It is a Mecotorian and I'm got to be Amaba, and I'm got to say the walk of Ra. But he spare party mean to. Not to the bear music of the walk Ra. But got us a man, the man walk us and I tell him walk us Ra. Not to me, a moment, Mr. Mitnaye, I buy my own Abarasano. And then he was he done it before you for that Christmas. Now the American is saying, at this time, Dr. Wampa at the policy by his own. BBI, I said dollar, BBI dollar, and they say, we can't dollar, or dollar at that bank here. Oh, my dear. Yamau City. Yamau City. I'm a judge for Dr. Wampa says, Doctor, the police are the bay, and they are saying, boom. I'm a colonel, no advocate. Now, the Denise got about to all your side, ocean any bread. You know when you could see it. Governor Bagan and Yina, Quina, your more modern cry, Dr. Wampa. It's not policy now, they buy any. They came for that, and in my team. I don't know back on a second for your whole bedroom, even in the room, modern ball, mabo. Or mind you, will be anchors or man, I am too. For a man is not a TV, not a TV to us. Now I had been. Hey, yes, yeah, to a year, no. I'm not to the young with the informal sector. No, that's when I buy, I take 3 not take 3 too. Now, yeah, papa. Informal sector, no. I buy beer or baby, and I say, what dear? But to me, 80 form so called baby. You can't say, a baby, the other baby, getting a baby, or money, if I wanted for so, my was what to move. Get it for. That is all my name. Then, yeah, can say a bad thing.
Okay. Okay. All right. You better see the basic saying, Siam Pedu, a co-chairman, Abaso Kind Spare Parts Dealers Association. Need 100 points now. Ghana Montie Sunni.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Oh, there's some papa. Cassia Bo. Kawaka Tamonsa. Amaya Sa. Cassia Boye. Onye Yimu. No Cretrodo. Kamadine Kamadine Bo. Nita Fair. Mayentie. Cassia Boye 100.9. Kwesi Bonkwe.
I knew that this digitization was going to end up in Ibaomia pickpocketing. Today, as you are here working, immediately your money gets into the bank. Unless you go to the bank to withdraw the money in cash, any attempt to spend that money through any electronic means, whether you are transferring directly to somebody, you are transferring to your Momo wallet, you are paying out your grandmother in the village, Baumia is waiting to take a share before you spend that money. And yet you have paid taxes on that income. So you are paying double taxes because your income is taxed. The money that they now give to you as your net salary is also taxed if you spend the money by any electronic means. So what it definitely means is that we have reversed the electronic platform that we are creating by over 25 years. I will always go to the bank and so I don't pay It is the same way you are likely not to be using your platforms to spend your money, but will be queuing at the bank because you want to avoid double taxation of the same money that you pay the taxes on. The other challenge is that if you bought an item and there was a VAT component on it, which is a tax, and you decided to pay the person by a bank transfer or by electronic means, you pay tax again on the VAT.
Ghana Muntie, na mansanya so. Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo need 100.9 FM.
This Christmas, ladies and gentlemen, will go down as the most bitter and painful for Ghanaians as they will struggle to put food on the table for their families due to the draconian fiscal and tax policies that has been introduced by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. We are hearing that they are going to introduce the electronic transaction levy affecting mobile money taxes, mobile money transactions, and bank transfers, and an inflows in remittance. So simply put, what this government seeks to do is that from January 2021, January 2022, every single remittance from anybody living abroad to your mother, to your father, and for the purposes of your investment is going to attract taxes from this administration. We think this is not acceptable, and we will advise ourselves when the time comes. Again, we are seeing that they are going to introduce a special tax on mobile money. We have served notice through our minority leader that the minority caucus of Ghana's parliament will stand by Ghanaian, the ordinary Ghanaian, in opposing this Momo tax. These new tax measures will bring great suffering to Ghanaians. We wish to assure the people of Ghana that we will vigorously oppose the killer taxes and will ensure that any one of them that will adversely affect the lifestyle of Ghanaians will be rejected.
Okay, all right. So, and some to be a minority budget presentation, you know. Every year, we edit to Jano, OT earlier, Mashabe Juno Jama, Boga Central, Honorable Isaac Adongo, and HA OT a year, Keselato Forcing, on a year, Emra former Deputy Minister for Finance, no, also Kasa Honum Sino. Now, some to be a normal to Jano Fatichu a year. Some of the taxes are buying the airbar in 2022. Teach you on the electronic transaction taxes. No, be a coach now on say Momo. This year Momo oya tax nebe baso oya electronic transfers and so taxes are airbar or and levies ne omo the airbar and who and come on pay a babo modern pimpin for now omitimi aboa ne etimi nya eye entia se was sanse mun teach you budget ne buy no eto taxes are hodo anomo diaba no ebepe mpanyfo no metimi acheche mu yi kwan a ebeye adwuma because senia utie honorable Isaac Adongo ene case lato force ne bi omu cheche mu no saa na nimse fi saa bere akombe cheche mu ama ebi abeto amanfo asum saa na tie senia omu si kan no saa na tie na anye saa na tie ye pese yefua de ne ehu se ne omu kan saa pepepe ene tie ana enye saa na tie echirei benchmark values yinso yenya mpenfo ebe mo ma chechim ade a oti to make it more review to make it more efficient omuntwem sempa to boothi and ene so far mfonini bia yehu HSS ashase ye adwuma senior minister for roads and highways krata whatever to jano then jobs inyuma you start in your kraka ho enyuma ya aban so dey ba 1 million jobs or so ba be create ama enyuma for no chichu me sure say ye bedi san komo no and some other issues are APPF budget no aba and komo no wa dwen share with media file WhatsApp line 0503721744 alright yan trust you
question na wonim say to booty obi be wutu eti obi aso wonim say na nka nkofo kogina ho ton ne ya makakra wo mu aton chocolate wo mu aton nsuo omo a ton drink ni pan no ni ade omo nyina ya stranded wo titi a obi anyina ho ana traffic ya ato kemo waton woni ama enti omo ya disturb pa wo sa Just what Omaya Bassa.
Yeah.
And it is a Omo Kobudumburam one. Baby, I had traffic in the time. Now, Oma Quacotoa, dear.
Well, and a paper due community 100 points. And I got them teach me soon as we current trust you ready the one cratano.
I was here for the Bacrata, a day bay. I had the Bacrata telegraphic. Na the Bacrata would one in a man come say, dear Dimwa Cotinepa was on Takrata womb. I finance minister, a Yasika some sort of work and with for the ata, one rabble. One of the Bacrata in a budget in one some a woman. Na the Bacrata telegraphic yanimono. We talk as what to to know. Adi ababa to one say ya, cast to what to us. And I had ye a bam setamadiano, and no sunie, and also a car to what to us. What I say, road to swa, ya dite, our quantum poswa, and a bread the swano, ya tem, and tianay, so do tobu to be anwa. Sassy and point capranua, womutia, a year 50 pesos 1 cities. Ana 2 cities no woma jai yanje saa atoa ne bio ewo tobu 22 do anu mu a waya na watem na wokọ budget no emu bi di enie ba konso a wasaka ho asam wa ha aye E-levy ya eno nso wa ba beboa wo man wataze se woye mobile money transaction memfa nsa me 1000 Ghana adam me phone so me sanema kwasi a ya beti 1.75% at the free so. Me send me ma wadami at the same thing. Me send me ma frame at the same thing. And also a baba boy na ya generate sikanka krankra ya di abua wa mine nti aban say budget ne de na tini mo ponya bone ayo mine ye die ntia. Na sa budget kuro yada na minority for say budget boni say wo mu kuro mu hunu bi da. Na budget I want to pa de bagana for so no will be a funny sanguinity 130. Budget way, sa budget way. Taya ya de ni asa. Afe ya no fever noa. Epie ewa tifi mantem one more ya kam ho asem no. What I say kum nipa 25 ewa hon mo a wade ho asem aba. Adisuafo a wo mo ya law student 499 no. Wamusu wamuda mampeni ase, wamuda attorney general ase, and the directives ya yadiama, si ansanyu wamunu wamunkwasu ya adia no, ayadia omweni ate hopa. Na delegate ya nimu hanso, wadi abrantia Francis Xavier Sosu, infoni abetua. Na Francis Xavier Sosu, anu wakwa samai Inspector General Police, IGP, aya Dr. Ekufo Dampare George Francis Xavier Sosua kwasamano ade ama court say court mfa wo say anto IGP so said the beya IGP anti no enti court tie nasam no se mu ade eya court no hwam say yamfa wo say anto IGP so a want to mente Francis Xavier Sosua yade wo say ebato no so a want to men kwate Francis Xavier Sosu eye honorable Member of Parliament for Medina. Roto ya abolish ya free one more and ya to maybe on TNA. Sawana Quantum baby. Say ya see tobu to a ya just some point capra. Katani Pacross no way. Won't ya tobu to be a Afe E-levy noa ebano. Wamutasa a taking off one no. A taking off. Na sent to a moyan san say. One may be I at their tour. Ana chichire enti wo ya mobile money transfer kakra na wutua to wo so a wenya de bia ya din a asese ya tiantiam wa man bia wo kwa burochira etoa ne ya de chichire man enti nkakra nkra sempo anka pretia ne ya boaboa no a ne ya de achichire wa man ti ataki effect ya wo mutasa bese 500 billion Ghana cedis ana yansa nim se ebe contribute to and say kura 90% aye tax revenue afei yama development bank afei di omanya license sa development bank bi no a sika samso afo kwa abrochire ba ya wakasi eba baby no yamu omu license aya $1 billion and wamu de se wamu tumedie ase enti enei development bank no ejebo yamu onumu $1 billion ya wamu de best start wamu adwuma aya and also eba beboa omei
Baramda say mesa ba subium ne atwa so anope dia metie for but mamen kwa mano so na yeni komo budget 2022 and 2022 budget presentation right course so mrashebedwem na yentimi ente ensem no biase Honorable Richard Champon a member of the finance committee mrashebedwem mrashebedwem ojama bia is he belongs to the minority caucus yeni no nin komo anope Honorable yeda se mo akwa baba Neat FM so anope Enra budget presentation 2022 course so yetieti enyamani bi abuying the so many measures in share and edi aba me assure say wetieti bi ene ensem no se ne sikoe uni share comment on the budget presentation se ne sitie no NSM pa
mini aboagye majo so na mameche wetiefo nyina enkaka bia isifo
momojo so
emi say no budget emi say one kasa so wanya kwa ma hokora wotie bi
yeah
na wo share the demeanor of the minister na wo share environment na wa obi atimo say na parliament ho no ho enye nika because wo share euphoria ya be present budget aye di akire na you didn't see that yesterday because amanfo abemabu amanfo atensem no over and over again uko from hoso nsema ye ka no enye no na ye wa ban we sha se okofo budget baya o se asempa budget ye dey asempa any se ebedu ba bi ye dri ntenipa no eto abama o de tumi ma na ono na brabo ohun sisan bi e wona brabo mu dia na ohun de ntie se ono anka se besa wo se ne mere bibiri e wo ho de tene ye kasa asem we by the end of 2016 interest payment on loans no na 10.8 billion. In the 2021 budget, a buying interest payment to 35 billion. 89 debt to GDP ratio no aqua drew 77.8%. That's again 56% at the NDC. It is okay to be another 56% to a GDP, so incompetent. Now I would call it 77.8 no. Because also yanka say we there. And they were super incompetent. In the 2022 budget, a buying some projects will be interest of 37.447 billion. Now buying air say the revenue no or pay for 72 billion to 100.516 billion. Now expenditure no they 113 billion to 135 billion. It's about 35 billion. And I'm not paying, sorry, you're born here. As I say, the interest on it and air cost because investors don't have confidence in this government. So, much more Brazil, this revenue no can once a month. It okay budget, I didn't say, no, pressure about the torso. Because, your analysis, no, say, and some are working in your no, and you're there a bit made then, a boom. Because I do my forecast to you, 31.491 billion 2021. 2022, advantage of forecast to 35.841 billion. It is the major when you say, what kind of bank commitment in the Boma? Or TSSika, a year interest payment, and you may forecast statutory payment to you pay. A buying space or the best animal who would deal budget in the minute, ultimately be a will. Because statutory payment and Marshall, and you may not get to a Marshall, interest one tier. There will be penalty on it. Investors only invest in economy into no pompo and so good to a economy. Until there's no space for government to do at that time. It is a buying way catcher will say budget to a Jim budget. You ask yourself, say, and he not buying quack for Sensicano, Ababa Sanemano. Loopholes now, you expect to say a bamboo ticket and send a proyano. Yeah, who any serious move via a buying a year or budget to no man. Actually, when it comes to revenue mobilization, these are the measures about it to a bit near the ABOAGYE. Because the general report, okay, table 2 now. Inflation is by the end of 2016 is 70 million. 2020 no inflation is 12.8 billion. Difference of 12.1 billion. It's about a cash so over cook at a prayer and you can't put to Juma. You can't trust this government. Yeah, who say a prosecutor be like I say, Nipano live on the NBB to know when a bit to me aboa. They are buying cash say obey review property rate, me boy. Property, although the taxes tax handle like I say tax boss and remember the property rate, you know, or by the center. Because who say MMDS into manage no, not the percentage. And I don't say no, the percentage of MMDS. Now, that the proposal, so much in open. A yellow do saying, no, when you're saying at the input to more local levels. So now, what's that? What Jesus can be the Baba Tank and so the quiet at the football. In this same budget, a bank show increases fees and charges by 15%. It's a baby about qua, yes, charge fees to be an DVLO, the hospital, MPO. Food Address Authority to be a charge quarterly and be a charge fee and charge Idiano. It will be increased by 15%. And no man channel. I buy Baba Dada say wrote to live in a year through. No, he wrote to levy, not the E-levy about. Wrote to levy no incidents no. Our Kaura so. So if we have a call and can a Kumasia. What you're to I mean, and answer me, son. 3 cities. If you can pay 1 city 50%. Don't come back 3 cities or just 3 cities. A car run a tree and a passenger in the tree. But I say no, also when you say tax kit to an effort. What for electronic living in the Abba? We are Mumma, above 100 Ghana cities, Ubertria 1.75. We are bank transfer, Ubertria. We are merchant payment, Ubertria. We are inward remittance, Ubertria. If you no what I get to here, you know, take KWASI, yes, send it to Kaman and also send it to Kamo, you know. If you this tax, no, we all these 4 or 5 transactions a day, meaning I attract such charges, no. Meaning, now you would be come, not so the Nifako year. Not quite an answer by. None such to tell me no, a many high. It's intervention bank and our budget to ma. We are branching and we are buyer. I show say budget to about the one employment situation I win. Because World Bank for I report on average every year they are now they churning out 108,000 graduates in this country. 108,000. You have to say 5 years 100,000. 100,000 times 5 meters say I'm renting my about 500,000 every year university. Now, but we any person with my phone, my job. Now, for 97,000. I buy catch up so much. They should proceed on leave. That shall be a casino, and also they should hold on for further discussion. It tells you clearly, say, abandon the plan there so the best of one employment situation. Abandon the plan there so the cook at Taxation project. Because also you want to so you're very sharing, you more. Now, you your country there. I'm on paying now, what do you know? Who are zero jet now? Now, who live like Arabian king? Now, catch us, I mean, better. Is there motivation for me to do it? It's mean, budget winning and the will be another papa beer, and the boy, then and maybe, oh, man, going forward. Because, what the 2021 budget contains. An implementation plan now. Who's a BB uncle? So, it's today the mama who told us say, some projections here with actual budget and nobody made it so. There's no motivation.
And watch it, you must say, Mimusa, a tour who levies are who do a buy dear bay. When some minority more concerns were a bihun, teach you, Mate, Union Mobi to say, yeah, Isaac Adongo, any case lato forcing. One more chichimu about most especially tax babada ye momo so electronic transaction transfers in your account. Dear in minority mokeke and more or less most support to sa taxes.
Minority and minority nko and the taxi drivers you know kwapono complaining because taxes na wo fan wo so no. And I buy you be free so ɔno na afete amanfo nyina obi ɔno ka taxi ɛwɔ kurom ɔntra bɔ ayi bɔda bia ɔnkɔ ba bia ponti otua to nti wo to free so a any benefit bi ama sa nipa no me no ka say sa charges a aban levy or the aban already na about the 5% financial sector levy abadada say covid ne be ntini ko tua sa tax no nti ye tua sa tax ne dada GetFund NHI aban at the 2.4 come on no 5% tax at your so dada stabilization levy aban say expanding no tax was so dada nti there existing taxes are ebu mi ye nyina ye kom a ye complaining about it is dada no kwa no ye ntimi ntua it is akofa we abeka ho no but dey no nipa no ne disposable income no I reduce it is a third of krumi a enam se wo saji bebre fi no wo no o timi third of krumi no wadi wo third of kono ba ko me no ka se covid aban se o che ne mama manfo ama ye ho akire no ye se tua covid levy of 1%. It is a free, say, a bunch of name free. A bunch of done no home, and the 12 hour tour, so called that hotel a bit to importers, and to walk out debia at us. So, if we are paying back the freebies about the man, so it's neither here nor there. So it's not we kicking against it. We are telling the people the truth, the hidden truth of 1% amount for Bimuno, and the HH much amount for.
So busenyo biano tia abanse sisi tax no baako pe ye nyina so man ese obi atua bi na wo mahu se data wo mo wono kire se sisi Ghana for dodo na eye sa eye mobile money transaction yi bi eno nti no se de to so dia na eno e affect obi a obetua bi honorable metua bi obi a wotie bi a betua bi because wo mahu so dodo na in fact e kwakwa se obi a ye momo yi bi
na we are saying na what e kire se to bi so obi etimitua bi
say enya Ghana ye ka se expand the tax network yi.
And I'm just saying, we say where you were told to be entry. No, me say tax and say you have to eat your back home. But what I say, into one tier toll to your COVID levy, to your financial sector levy, to your VAT. But what I say,
yeah.
And to one tier we are to your way, and the particular tax go and chances so be it to me to be. It's never done anyway. So tax, more charges. Ukabroche hotel or more charges, city charges, state charges. Makoda hotel semintia. Nti ukoda hotel na ho kwajujo. Na utia utaza. Unti me ka tell me say hotels no or pollution na cost into no. E so be atua bi. Your polluter pay policy. Nti the polluter air no so tia. Me polluter air. So se mitia. Nti man conclude say obi entwe bi we de obi atua bi. Tax bi no so obi atimetua bi. Go a tax handle na nyabako. There were several taxes. Oko also to asset charges for hotia. Oko DVL, oko renew car papers, as a tax of hotia ho. And to what the other no hotia some taxes. Uto show no man, utia VAT also. Oko to drinker, utia VAT. Into tax obiso on no man san. San so one ton san utia sa VAT no. But all ya the fufu. Into we are still in kwa sorry. Now kwa sorry ku turn to so do a. Osimentia say ni pot bia no tua bi na me no na kwa sore no. It doesn't apply that way.
Electronic transaction levy anani aban say E-levy any in your can say electronic transactions covering mobile money payment, bank transfers, merchant payment and inward remittances will be charged at an applicable rate of 1.7%, which shall be borne by the sender, except inward remittances which will be borne by the recipient. Sanya womoken any the fact says a transaction require less than 100 Ghana cedis per day dia. No crown you'll be exempted from a taxi munyintum.
Oh yeah, yintum. Na 100 cedis no mania. Yeah, my memo mo class yes and 100 e dey come home. Any 100 accept. Because the mobile money now about convenient. Proximity wise. Many people don't remember the last time they went to their banks. Because you can move money from your bank account to your wallet. Until volumes will not so no correct. Some of the financial institutions, I will say, it is taking their business away. And our buyers say, let's spread this tax. The easiest and laziest way to get the revenue. Because Obia will be. I very counterproductive because any person who say the volume of transfer no are attracting more taxes. The other way around is all discrimination in passing. And I'm a public friend also okay. Sometimes they do it to meet 50,000 transfer. Into a short charges in the course already. And so or times Canada hotini pan bank account too. Nani pano in the COT no charge ni pano say other bank 5% charges and nani pana or then nani pano mometria dan so no be send sika no tria. Because on no send 50,000 a day no charges will be so high on him. About 30 on a profit margin. Inti why not some first can to ni pan bank account to avoid the payment of this tax. Into why get careful, officer the budget tax, but they counterproductive. Don't forget, more than 400 people no so no. Why are you taking them to also buy real time on my boy? What is that doing in I for?
Yeah, fiscally challenged for no.
Yeah, it is a panel. I guess maybe an obey me aye. And so I saw them as load checkpoint no. As low checkpoint, they don't send no clumsy.
I buy this up very assignment. Say, baby, or the Ombako Anna.
Yesterday, the Minister of State, Dubois, mentioned a city FM. Some of them were called as load points. Then for over 400, no, as low points, no, I do not send organa. And took a told I can't want to say we have to even in America. Over express road from Virginia to Washington. You pay toll, me boy.
Yeah.
On my account, say open tama you should express road.
Express
road, you don't your tax also. When you see can on pentama, you should the other route. You don't pay tax. If you are creating avenue and the more here and the more Kenya also open tama akwen business. Yes, I create another lane for heavy duty vehicles heavy occupancy. It will kind of say nipa route 3 sa kwana menfaso. The manipa passengers or models on heavy duty vehicles or no use sa kwana no so oman keti ase the mako. This is how we have to design our roads. This is the thinking we have to employ into all these matters. Now much America couple to as a political expedience you know ye need to ni flow. He told you this and once a man. Or say the infrastructure is too expensive. And there's no need to be investing that infrastructure to be taking a 1 city and 2 cities. Can you imagine this? It's a cashless economy now. Can say technology no they say in an embrace no. Why are you running away from technology now?
Well, yeah, I say near back. Honorable, you better see the CSA. Me so say chief some baby din come on the account. I'm sure. Honorable Richard Champon, a member of the Finance Committee, OIM Rashibi, member for a member of Parliament for Bia East, and pay Okaye Minority Caucus. No near Dean Como, budget presentation. Senra, Senior Semnesia Bana Dosopa, and Kakranka Crania Queen, me a bombardian say, Mubetimi ati a year and seminal asi a yinti. Nano paying Common Dodona, Ejnaye budget presentation, you know, yet I swear Gusuna. And Ra Bakuya, a finance minister, did to Yenti, na Memra.
Mr. Speaker, electronic transactions covering mobile money payments. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, order. Electronic mobile money payments, bank transfers, merchant payments, and e-mode remittances will be charged at an applicable rate of 1.75%, which shall be borne by the sender, except e-mode remittances, which will be borne by the recipient. Mr. Speaker, to safeguard efforts being made to enhance financial inclusion and protect the vulnerable, all transactions that add up to 100 Ghana cedis or less per day, which is approximately 3,000 Ghana cedis per month, will be exempt from this levy. A portion of the proceeds from the E-levy will be used to support entrepreneurship, youth employment, cybersecurity infrastructure, among others. Mr. Speaker, taxi Eyabako, Yinina Bitia. This tax is one, and we shall all pay. Mr. Speaker, this new policy also comes into effect once appropriation is passed on 1st January 2022. Government will work with all industry partners to ensure that their systems and payment platforms are configured to implement this.
Ghana Muntie, na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo need 100.9 FM.
Aha, so sasemi akwabena finance minister de to dry said CCR buy no DBB by one more friend electronic transaction levy E-levy. Na sa electronic transaction levy ya use mobile money payment. Mobile money momo ibi. Bank transfers. Merchant payments. Inward remittances. No ubetua 1.75%. So.
And to have a question, fan say, one will say, my memfa with fidelity. Once woman was at the end, I would to me with mobile phones. And to me, van say, me were 1,000.
He said, no, so who my attenting? Now, person Chinese say, who person will transfer secure bank account to and they call Momo wallet. Yes, I know person.
Good. You bet me.
Aye.
And sana yati no. The men sign ascend this canon should be at the amawo of a quesia.
Yeah.
Ya besate. Na fanese ebi am send ma we mpesa me send ma odame nso a ya besate me. Of a quesia besate me.
I said ninja transaction. Enti from mementias here. Except say be am paying for banner say be on bechichi but mementias say. So almost say transaction.
Good.
Enti o transfer sikane da bank account because now saying banks do now apps.
Good.
We sikana that bank no.
Good.
We file phone and I be well mostly because the phones near issue. Into you file phone utimi who's okay sika do say in the home. But upe say we use sikani be. I dey call umomo wallet so.
Good.
No transaction. One we say sadi no ya 1.75%. Intimate was here. Where the kind of transfers can call wallet. And I person was transfers can be at the mommy.
Good.
And in Kawudia in Kanya person say since so much 1.75%. And Kanya ya mammy nonka. Susu understand can say motel.
Sana with
but Mentias say since a transaction, you know. They are on to 1.75%.
I say free dear me de ma unum. Enti dear me you free me bank no mobile me momo ne yate.
Yeah.
Ena dear me send ya ma won so ya sate me.
Aye.
Ena me pese me tua me water bill nso wo so a.
You better transaction.
Me tua no nso a ye be sate me.
DSTV bill.
Na me tua DSTV ye be sate.
You better.
Na overkwesi bia me pese me san send bi ma frema na ya sate.
You better.
And teacher say,
I back tax and I back. You know,
but I do overquestion. Let me feel say be ya 10 once.
Mr. Speaker,
them overquestion.
That's the way I back.
Overquestion, I need some more.
That's a
overquestion.
That's a very average.
And teacher say, some person. Let me feel say be ya once.
That's a back. You know,
overquestion. And you say. More money a jai use.
Wait, I say. Then I be using.
Over question,
but you bet me, I say, and he said, me fancy what Brewa, ewo. Now, the same if you are doing at it, then they be able to make a about. And he said, or see you, because you're not the Monia. Now, let me trick and whatever. And you make you come catch your light.
What down for being so as after Sabian, what's the no? What's answer near Sati? Na ebia
and you see your girls no Charlie no momo
that be over question this yes
other say girls no better as say
you besia
there be other say better as say o ka say me momo ma wa 1.75 if you dey na be dem
that be no over question no say na o dey man wa wo say better no say na o dey man girls ya say ya dey ma wo mu a ya say better say charge every day mu Over question.
And you got 1.75%
Over question.
Come and calculate the idea now, Tifima. Only in back on negotiations. Tell Marcus, where's here? Where Michael Kifima? Okay, so let's calculate 1.75. No matter if it's 200 million demana. Make calculate no matter 1.75.
One hour banner, Sabia, Ukrana, Ubuano. Never saw Babette.
Yeah, Betty.
Over question, to see the band is at or Babette. And it is yes, and to your better. Yes, pa Mumate transfer because of a question, but a bema mom of where to manegu. Ebegu.
But look, it's important, sir. And I deal with my and your politics.
Yeah.
And your politics. Minority for no raise issue be. Sir, Sadia we are ye. Yanshia and Faswa are any anamwa ye two on sa electronic transaction. Yeah. Ebesan dia kwechi.
Yeah.
Because kwabra him say CC akra no. Say obi pese bia or transfer ni sika kra from bank e bia kra money na those things ni na we say to 1.75% or so. Yeah, plus the charge in kra bank betu no. Enti CC no one here de bia ye nyina ba ko queue or bank on say. Because say aban na ye say enkasa niam we nyina no eboa na ama society no de bia na ekute sika na amanfo rob ye anyway no nanka because he said baby amanoni ni ade amanfo kuta card omo nse da ntan yusu esikasa enti sa na mo ya aban tu ahwe be san dia kwachi. And I've heard, I think say Bankers Association, and this is not just NDC for nkwa, Bankers Association for no so me hu so mo complaining about sa fiti tama aban na so enra asembe to dwan omo so ma shase omo kasa omo say sa de we de ebe ha adwin ebe ma some of the gains na you make in terms of electronic transactions and when it comes to banking ni sa niam ni nyina na ebe san de akwachi
oba kwesi bua me ketua bi o ye telecommunications for no we mobile money a wo mote no eno no ye nyim free wo de wo mote no wo mote in and out no e wo ho ansa na
where new tax o
75 no esa be ka ho
yeah
enti esa be add to de wo mote dada no minim sa be abolish o
abolish de what is so abolish bi
enti dia
no so abolish
who ya transfer on say over question who ya transfer o din kan tua bi ma ne wo ye no enti wo se one in and out ana na wati in and out ebi nso a utua in pe na nipa a wokoyi na tua out no eno da ho and one side we nso abepe so enti over question
the only say near wo ho kakra ne say wo se transfer na wo ye no say in 200 be 100 Ghana cedis and say so 100 Ghana cedis dia eno de yentil wo no count 1.75% no enti mo a mo ye bia okay, so then let me see you. Then now if I want to send money to someone, can I do it this way? Adami, 100.
50.
I mean,
I want question.
Pede.
But
okay, pede. And meaning back and then my 50 Ghana amount. What you my 50 Ghana amount?
200 I will send your man or no. This and I will send you 50.
Well, I
was sending 50. I did tell I was sending 50. Now say emergency emergency now be yawe over question to me bow a finance minister ne committee planning wamu pim wamu ni bibi fufuro like bibi different bi anywhere wamu betumi aye ade wamu pim ana wamu pim ideas nasa nothing they can do where the any asa no ase enti finance minister wa pem kura any means bia wo de ba ye bibi to generate funds no wa pem kura but this one dear I in fact I am very bad
when him say obi tie me no say some of us your girlfriends are in the village. We can't come to your house every day. So stop saying that.
In fact, I am hometio. One minimum sabi I would tin once. Na me send this scammer, me ye free my account to mu. Edi abami momo no kra over sante. Me transfer mami we krasia obate. Me transfer mami nia obate.
But Sadio, I minya kan say almost stand by one fa. Mumfa mumra no be chichim. Mumfa aban mu empany for finance for mumfa mumra no be chichim. Mumfa mumra no be chichim na. Sa electronic transaction asem no omo me chichim yi ni ntimi nti ase yi. Sempa na tie. Sa 1.75%. Bank transactions merchant die ni sa ne ma na ka ho no. Womo me chichim yi. Is this a CCR no so be send me sika fia brochiri aba and also because me who merchant the payment ni sa ni nyina ka ho bebo recipient wa abeje no ni nyina sa nyama ni omo mecheche mu yi o because sika na eba no ya calculate bibia say sika chale de ye de ba be yese o enti mu be ka chere say sika no because mu yesa brochiri for no so be jai sika send you because say no sika no de ba no already na ntete no crowd or so do omo tie dada na se
tene de we tene de na won so sa bete 1.75% ya
we nya politics ade bia masa wo ye ndisi o ye MPP o ye hwan ye sa de be affect o be affect o nti se ye tobuti a wo dia be okay se no ye bo ma ba so o ma ya de aban ya de so yi tobuti e de si ho efi ho no se ni ne ka ho nti sisi a me kwotema minemu saa yo na meko mu ba beje eno omusi seske we bi no omde be dey omde be
overquesi but eno so ma me ye wura mfi say saa tobutu no a ye free ho no wonim say another unemployment nso ba o ye nuanom no a wo mutimu no a no wo mu ye aduma no sisi a wo mu nso aduma abo mu enti ye ja wo mu kwan say ye ma wo mu sika bi di akobo mu ho bra anasi ye ja wo mu kwan na ya mu sika bu
aban so be reassign you so be pay bi di o makwa akoshe that's what he said
yeah tobutu no
it's not tobutu etwem osu etwa tobutu si tobutu enya no osi obe pay bi foforo e di ama o makwa akoye I to say bia o say kwan me say okay ne megu ni tfm eno nche say bia o say okay megu bat me do ba akoshe bia baby foforo medjuma no foforo
okay
eno nche say bia unya hwenye obema bibia e sa nete
but over question ya no see yanka no kure efa no sa etuo ya eda ade no so ne de over question anu ehye say wodi tua oba school fees one say first no enka womu ma sa transaction we ma asetire mu hare yen kakra say metifia instead they say ena kura de utumi ton yoma wo online na ye de abrewo na motofo e de aba
omunyina sisia to no ba be kan mu online transactions ni ade nyina sisia omunyina
na utumi to aduane utumi ya shopping utumi tia light bill water bill DSTV ni nyina wo mobile phone
because amasika say me to fufu a me oda fufu ya na me de momo atua na wa e de aba sisia akra no menye biom
ofakwesi wa hu
min di fufuo ni bio min ni
enti ofakwesi wu nkoto fufuo ni bio
this year menye online menye because fufuo no e bia se bibia be si be 40 Ghana cedis na 45 almost the 1.75% be ka ho je be ma be kosoro
enti ofakwesi sa wa nto fufuo bio wa wo be ma me no wode sen
amasika
nso fufuo nso ne kakra wa nko onya firi wo ho no eno nso ba be kofom wow ena nipa no nso a wo deliver ya no
om di fufuo no ba na am diskara mom
tese wo mo ya ne sa
na no so na ade ni epese ye cashless society
yes akoya dadem yes akoya dadem wo mo de ye ko reverse
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo need 100.9 FM
Ghana muntie Ode sampabo Kasiabo Kwa wakata munsa Ama Retrodo, Kagame Kamadinibo, Nita, Momantie, Kwasi ABOAGYE 100.9.
Kwasi Monkwe.
Na yentie finance minister Raken Ofuriata yentie no.
Burden sharing. The good people of Ghana have given us a mandate to get things done. For us as a government, this is a clarion call for a new deal, a chance to renew the social contract of our democracy. As Rainbow Neighbor once said, and I quote, nothing worth doing is completed in our lifetime. Bible. Nothing true or beautiful or good makes complete sense in any immediate context of history. Therefore, we must be saved by faith. Nothing we do, however virtuous, can be accomplished alone. Therefore, we are saved by love. Therefore, we need to act together as each other's keeper after the unprecedented shock that the pandemic was for the world and for Ghana. We owe each other to share the burden of the recovery. Citizens that have not suffered as much a loss of income during the pandemic ought to sacrifice for the rest. Citizens should be called upon to look beyond their own self-interest and work for a great common interest. Our country needs this sacrifice. This budget calls upon the wealthy and the middle class to do their part through property taxes, through streamlined exemptions bills, through the removal of benchmark values as selected imported goods, and through targeted digital tax. In doing so, they will also look after future generations by limiting debt accumulation.
Enti in seminar finance minister kan and say e braso say minum bienu na Ghana how no bedding no yenyina ye be share bedding how be do man so ye na ye chafa tichu mu pandemic iba covid iba ye man sheda man bre mu ho anka no mo ase mo be so ya ye ho kai no mo so asen na enu fi ho kra so a e braso se mu amu obi no mu nsem obi no mo so mo be boa ya ye wo fam honum sia ye sheda ni bi no tin na finance minister worker enti enu nti na akwakoba ne se sa anamoto bebre ebi ho no a enya wo de ti se electronic transaction levy ebi ansem no se ne city anope ye cheche mutim yes enya ade a ya asem de but ye nyina se ye tiase ne agitum finance minister say and work no need 100.9 Ghana Montie adwumadi esu no aso egwa nche making kan ye magyenche ndi bi nso dia mamba ma me kwabna so na ye nto so enkan de bon krata ne mu nkomo no bi kora ko
abusuafo Ghanaian Times anim ha say what the sikasam so afo kan we fodi atamfo ne abeto an me say ya wo se na tade fita no empaboa no eye siw but aso asiw no so pa en we kura ne bag brown enti wo si ya wo tiatia no and walk on. What at 2022 budget statement economic policy no? Abay say overspending 137.529 million Ghana cedis next year. Sika abaya na jene say wobedie no. Sika yebedie 137.529 million Ghana cedis. And no, any sika yebedie enti moma yansa no nso. Na sa budget kura yada and what they highlight your course so sectors ya wodo akwan de we dear what it tamun kakra electric tamonso e ba be yetume de bi environmental conservation project was songo and also what the one somewhere be nim ha minority for and we mutase that budget ya mofra na jenkwan mo amubehu aba we ka asem bia na teso wo mini opposite side so what can say I want to budget ya na tese ya ho kire budget we ya wose ya jenkwan no ya asennuem wo be bom asennuem wo de mo be bo asennuem na what them prego abom nsane mu nam na mo amotia mo amonze yes aban no abom asennuem ampa a wo de ho asem aba Ghanaian Times de bokrata yanim ha na waside the about the leaders party finance minister can oforiata enie wasi aban momo transfers no ayeye no wade 1.75% ana wade ato so ye percentage mpo ye calculate ni se ni nka me calculate maamo say bia 100 who send 1,000 Ghana and ye better so 1.75 75% ya 1,000 Ghana na what the times percentage be 100 na we kase na wa ba betre 1.75 no wa ase na wa ma isikuo sa no aba the other side say enti 10,000 Ghana no zero miensa and 100 no so zero mienu enti zero way cancel zero way na zero way so cancel zero way na ka 1 enti ubaya no 10 times 1 10 no akwatere wasoro na we dey be divide 1.75 no a down one no enti divide 1.75 by 10 na me unya say aha and then your friend percentage no.
All right, now, okay about percentage, you'll be a send a message, be any BTM, so see a friend, Jesus, Opokuni Akono, say, and you're now teaching me about transferring from bank to Abia Momo wallet. No, I say Abia says canon, and your canon, I think, and also bet me, say, I saw transfer is canon, the mommy. I didn't know so transfer call wallet to one son Abia, what transfer, mommy. Okay, and I didn't know transfer to me directly because you bet to me, bank apps and also my crime out to me as I transfer. I agree with him, but I mean, we're looking at situations where sometimes ABR percent wow transfer is kind of because ABR do now transfer no once we say be car or wallet no and no and so what I'm saying situation and so I agree. I'm sure say mumu bia mutie mo so mo chema adwan mo kase yes ebi fi say well instead of so be transfer to wallet and sana call we because of this 1.75% which is going to cost you no be careful from so amount no and yet transfer comma only back on directly and also yes and also quite back a bit me yeah
good idea na wasadi abeni one what say we read Joseph Yami and so Baba challenge Joshua Kamba NDC amanyokuo national organizer position no enti Joseph Yami mfoni abeto anu say ya na why fa pa brantie wo Baba challenge and what the Papa Jam funny about one say. I as Abra no one way so Jenny no one what tear to pray. A quan and sa left and one near friend of right lieutenant no. That time no, and woman didn't funny about one say ya. No way a slave no one yakasi. Anna was set and was set space that space nibi and was saying that now I tear and was say to Mabuedi and I walk as a dear for Papa Jam Sabre no. NP so donate 1,000 Ghana cedis at the Amakolebu breast cancer patient ya. Womusu omunye na womumfamo womuhobra. The Bokrate eka wasem awaha. Afe the chronicle animu ha. We tato boot no bi diaba. Na to boot we watra srosa kasua to boot. Kasua to boot no. And what I say a joy ride. Kojo pon kruma fani ta hanu say. Joy rad kaswa and tema drivers ye to boot no afri wo enti wo betumi atam hwim wona wo kro no
Babana
obagosi
na unim se Ghana bi so nye o amanfo Ghana bi nye kra o na sa momo taxi ya be Dr. Bamian so bre o Ghana ha o
sa obagosi ni obi na kumanti
Dr. Bamian bread. Oh, Debbie. Na Dr. Mabudu Bamian vice president. Obreo. Come na. I the country am say Dr. Bamian bread no dey tie we. You asumo. Etie for Montie o.
Me tie over.
Who can say over 200 million transactions? Are we taxing mobile money because
The point is that you are not taxing mobile money, and it is, for me, my view, and that we should not tax mobile money because mobile money transactions, a lot of the people who are using these transactions are very poor people. You know, someone will get sent 5 CDs on mobile money.
Tatabania bread. Obi no said I send me a deal. Obi no said I send me a deal.
The question, which is, who can say over 200 million transactions? Are we taxing mobile money because we have mobile money at Tuska?
Yeah.
No government revenue bill.
No, the point is that you are not taxing mobile money, and it is, for me, my view, and that we should not tax mobile money, because mobile money transactions, a lot of the people who are using these transactions are very poor people. You know, someone will get sent 5 CDs on mobile money. Why would you want to tax that?
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie. All the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tawansa Amaya se Kasia Waye Onye Yimu Nukratrodo Kamadine Kamadine Bo Nita Fe Mayentie Kasia Waji 100.9 Kwesi Bonkwe.
Well, where and Comotria, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, warning a Minia Crime Sifakai, a deal Peace FM, so a brave trim. Na so Busano about a year, say a man for being person just and here I buy a person, bet taxi, a year Momo, a year Momo, bet taxi, no say, or no not dream with dear. Or no not dream with dear, ya ye disa Momo J. Sabio being said a near and Samusa. Enti ono na dwemu de onyaya nanka me and taxi momo. Two things here.
Or say very poor.
Two things here. Yedi kind Dr. Bamia said na dwen, which means that Dr. Bamia and support momo from a near boy, which means that Dr. Bamia wano sa taxi abey onim ho hwe onka ho. Because I see in my view the second thing, which for me is very also instructive, say no who a here pa say ya dream home. And he say assembly Dr. Bamia kan say ni onu nim say momo no ya di momo dwa no do na ye here for. Which means say asema Dr. Bamia kan ya no kre. One kan no kre. Because ye finance minister said data wo mo wo no e kire say ya use mobo no. You understand? Ya use mobo na bi wo ensem. Into so almost about data no say 30% say less than 30%. And na wo ye less than 100 Ghana cedis per day. And nunti na masa 100 Ghana cedis no almost say no fa un say o kan sa 1.75% no. E affect 100. Ebi sika no esua. And then Memphis say if you 1 Ghana cedis are copying by 100 Ghana cedis. A bro 100 Ghana cedis are and no and I'll be to 1.75% no. You understand?
Yeah.
Which means Dr. Baumia no need sad data no nim. Time Ben as sad data and buy. Because I think this interview was done somewhere. Was it this year, right?
This year.
This year na Dr. Baumia.
This year no.
So time Ben na buying sad data no. Time Ben as sad data and buy. Because if the interview was done and we'll check maybe for the Busumi year.
Yeah.
Later, we'll cross-check on that one. But if this year, no, we are interview, now time bend the question. And where you are saying beside very German, as in beside you say, in some who he said, time bend, because if near Dr. Bamia can is anything to go by, say, be fast, some work can or see, on no dream in his view, which means that Dr. Bamia nim an idea where you are support to. Because who can or cheche mu place or no dear. If you say here for, and I ye nibino. And I don't do na ye sa momo we. Enti ehu hia sa ban e de tax bia beto so. And then na ba beto just okay well, ukoye momo a it 1.75% apart from charge ni nyama obetu etua no. Pabra.
Ovakwesi ayi ebe minimwa de the Dr. Baumia Sir, oka economic management committee team no.
On a head. On a head. Not just oka or a head of the economic management team.
Head of economic management team. Enti overkwesi head of economic management team. Any finance minister na contradiction kakraka eti say one not say one not.
I didn't know when you say contradiction.
Oh, overkwesi dear Dr. Mamedu Bawumia kan ye. Any near sikasam so afo kokan ye. Aye different. Aye different. Oh, aye different okra. One no say one no na tell my nebisa no straight. Sa mo be tax momo for. And was say to one no na dinimu no. Enye emwa.
Hey, na munya abutire chefo mu amutie mi because minim say bia message ya yenua kofiche oti a wode asene e bia mu bi susa na mo ka. Wasi kwesi don't defend him by saying he does not support the taxation. I'm sure be brave.
Now okay me saying.
The reason why me can the country me feel say Dr. Bamia ni wo no.
Yes.
And me can the reason why me can is based on asema interview no ne kwam sifa kan ye no. Nti I'm not just saying it's because say bia me hu bibia na me che say eni ya ma bonetie for matemo amoti bi. And no ho asem na me kan I'm saying that based on what he said. Senya okano me fa sa asem na wo kana nia metimi aka ne say enya ade a wono nim hu bibi.
Yeah. And on one kind say on support it. On support it. On one kind. Yeah, over kwesi wo kan ye. Say ono na because o kan say ntikura on support to sa kan wo say wonim say omu ye mobile money no. Eye womu sabi womu ni sika. Womu ye nyafo e no kan.
Yeah.
Enti when na kan samwa say Dr. Mamedu Bawumia no. Eye de ono kan ye e na ye kan ma no yi.
Except say bia utie eye asem ode tu dwana. Obeka say bia waheda. Ni obeka wo bedwem no.
Yeah.
Kokoamu wo nyinaso bi say wo nyinaso say kokoamu e bia we no support. Ana awo bibi a che say yes or support a. Empacha o de ba.
Ye be kan
na me de beto na tiefo ye nyina ye tie bi ba.
Yeah, bebo.
What at least interview na wone kwame ye. Mabo tiefo mo amatie bi. Eno de o de toto hu de a otim yes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia one support nti and me sa na me ka no.
Who can say over 200 million transactions? Are we taxing mobile money because we have mobile money at Tuska?
Yeah.
No government revenue bill.
No, the point is that you are not taxing mobile money, and it is for me my view and that we should not tax mobile money because mobile money transactions, a lot of the people who are using these transactions are very poor people. You know, someone will get sent 5 CDs on mobile money. Why would you want to tax that?
So, Abang, Dr. Bawumia say, why would you want to tax? Yentina, mobile money being said in some sound.
One was say we are not. And the second one was say we should not.
We should not.
We are not. And we should not. Was say we are not going to. And we should not. Enti ono Christ isumienu. Osisumienu. Not to say we are not. Enya dia wo mo koye.
But that's his view because I mean onona dwinche and I'm saying say
we are not going to. Not to say once utie the first one na. We are not going to. Abai no anya sa. Eno ono asa ba say we should not. Tie niye.
No say there.
What's
what I said there?
We are not going to. We should not.
The question, which is, who can say over 200 million transactions? Are we taxing mobile money because we have mobile money at Tuska?
Yeah.
No government revenue bill.
No, the point is that you are not taxing mobile money, and it is for me my view and that we should not tax mobile money, because mobile money transactions, a lot of the people who are using these transactions are very poor people. You know, someone will get sent 5 CDs on mobile money. Why would you want to tax that?
Okay. Engineer Open Osaka. No mansion.
We are not going to tax, and we
are not. Also, we are not. We are going.
We are not.
We are not taxing.
Yes.
So who put it into contest that?
Yeah.
At that time, the impression has been created. Say, I buy no air taxing mobile money. No, see, we are not.
Good.
Yeah.
And we should not.
But I na drink chire. I see any view. What you say, Kwabena? Or see any view. It is important that you stress on that one. Or say or no need view in my view.
We are not one kama or non kwao or kama ni padodo. One no yaka the number 2 gentleman. Some penini one na president.
Yeah, but I am stressing the point. Say, no matter how a person audition, baby a person audition bian, or say a or no adventure. So at that point, I am saying that it wasn't official position. Get that one too.
In my view, let us say one no na okay.
Tonight, Ghana MONTIE Jumedi Sinu Asiogwe. So how do you also who saying sa momo taxi? Idea officer abani endi ni ye. Ana idea wo support for so you think that well it's justified say a particular taxiway ube for so wo support to and I send it to Ghana MONTIE Ghana MONTIE Ghana MONTIE Ghana MONTIE
all the sampa kasia bo ko wakata munsa onye yimu no cretrodo kamadine men kamadine bo nita fe mama yentie kosi abwaji 100.9 kwesi bonkwe
yanko amano so na yense timi aka honorable echo okay all right Vincent Asifua mrashebedweni na yene no eni nkomo kakra NG ensem no bi ne mrashebedwa ne constituency no tafo yene no eni nkomo ona bo yada asemu akwa ni TFM so anope
we be film constituency
mi remfi ye na production me ba be kan de na no fa de ni film anim and I know nti the fact is that wrong thing man me na me correct no
now me know there any kwasi trauma
I'm just say minim nti ode beto wona me ka che wa church so na me say yes I say tafo nti no na ma me hesitate kakra no
one kasa
ampa opa metimi twa no mobile phone na be dey chekwamra what do you look about Rob then I who am say
who here no yeah dia ya twamu no dia ya twamu ni yensia ya na wo ka ota
na se pap na do be kamia mo
that be honorable wadawuma mamenka paper no so asamantiro o say honorable Ekwa Vincent Asifua MPP MP nsia so ana kwesika otafo na wo makotwa nsia yeso no
na se odame na trust
ba me say dem yeso so no se fa ni so kakra me fa
anope abefa nani so abefa because said the nani so ya kra wa ha no pay no
and you fashion odame honorable fashion odame anope ni anko so and as say anope your friend what me ABOAGYE so na enra budget 2022 budget ho enkomo na ye die na mimbusa initial comment the entire presentation saying the see call here na ebia yakọ specifics no mebusa questions back community
Mamencha at4
Joseph
a bigger foremost to do this
Ukraine budget beyond and tank and yes straight jacket. To me because I feel be a train no saying na normal BTA. Engineer I feel no. I was saying also if I quite be so. May can see I may understand there are different backgrounds for every situation. And the now the 2016 and in 2017.
Honorable Pacha na onina kosho kakra ma mani die mu. Okay.
To me first background no and fan charge in 2020. Now why would I say this? In 2012 to 2016, we never had anything like COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, there came issue and a global pandemic of COVID-19 about affecting the general economic situation around the globe. And what it means in say, you need to be smart and sharp, intelligently focused. You make sure so we create a budgeter a bit deal with all these situations that we are having, especially when Ghana as a state is not living in autarky. Young point to me because you are home and they are affected. My mind now we are saying they are affected in India. And also Germany. Germany is almost having a fourth wave. At the end of Ghana, here, Germany won't mean year. So it should tell you that there are different situations altogether. Now, in 2016, we shared the economic fundamentals at NDC for Jadema MPP. Even in 2020, when there was COVID-19, apart from a year fiscal deficit, which the threshold was supposed to be 5%, your core parliament, we went to plead, say, because of COVID-19, we should be able to suspend that law where you don't need to do 5% or more. No? For that matter, we needed to spend out of our budgetary allocation. Now, Parliament that has suspended which we went overboard to about 11%. But apart from that, the economic fundamentals of the MPP government as compared to the NDC, even when they never had any COVID, they are far, far, far better than what we had in 2016. Yeah, no, I vote for consistency. And in in fact, if we say, I'm not telling them about all the time, they come to me, some of them with fantastic business ideas, business orientations. Some of them a push here. They need you cannot live in a state whereby government can create an opportunity for people to get employment. The amount of them about university and I say any of the tertiary institutions, they are buying uncle for one more. It look as if most of them are not having anything to do. Security recruitment with immigration and the Ghana police and what have you. And you could see how many people throng the stadiums and as maybe or centers somewhere just because all of them want to be employed. But there are quite a number of these people among security centers. I'm also one is to I think will be saying they want to be entrepreneurs. That family ever here. The entire maker said, Ranted about Otafo, the Brenania Genesis. And the finance minister made us aware that at every district, and also at the district level, will be officer or year entrepreneur and that's what dream be say or no but me be in a human any juma kesi bia ne mo betumi afa nipa ba ko mi bi ni omo aye no aban say the BB a friend of soft loans under you start no the ba say the bear obi o here at most 10,000 Ghana cedis bia no aban etumi provide this sika no dia ba
Bosia
ebi absolutely
okay
ebi also so aban no so sa ka say obi biara na dwuma no eso kakra na so so ohia a certain kind of orientation and the human abandon by access no say a commercially viable business. I am also the parliament to me after the pack no my essential and also abandon say they are granting soft loans of 50,000. The Bemo Mobosia Kaka up to 50,000. No more so to me I said to man. Now was it menu me and I be a cabana. The jet to say, oh, we have for me a certain kind of partnership. And you know, yes, give it to me about a buyer who said, this is what we can do. That's commercially viable. A buyer said, no, you bit number of loan of about 100,000. And in fact, almost stretching it to even 100,000 to 400,000 for people are betting many financial institutions a daily. And so clearly, it was a youth-centered budget. It was the people's budget. It is geared towards dealing with unemployment situations that you have in this country. And unemployment that has been created by global challenges and not by virtue of any policy by any government. No, because in COVID-19 by only a Jume Ghana. Only because nothing was moving. In fact, it even affected government's domestic revenue mobilization. If you have to do Ghana beyond aid, you can do Ghana beyond aid if and only if your domestic revenue mobilization strategy is robust and is on point.
Now, before I bet to ask me, Muso, sir, to say, oh, can you start and Yama, a baba, to say, Bosiani, Yakaka, home, Mua, Yebepe, Ama, Mabunu, Nyombet Mia, Ebi, Busase, one more share a yesika, a Kohuma Bosika, a year finance minister, the 2J, say 137 million 529. Ufa says, Nisika yebenya bem say a little over sika akoma besika na yebedi mfa say 2022 sika aban be spend no ufa figure no na hwe sika aban su benya wo de toto ho a eno kra na em say 37 million bi wo ho no mu akemu a yeni bebi ebenya efi enti utete adwumafo bi akatua statutory payments ni de kaka ho ese wo ye saa bosia ikura mo kan na chese anhwe yi a ye nya sika emfa nya mputu nwuma ni ne ka ho ye na betumi aka omo kan say no.
Well what the budget call masebedwamo a proposal proposal because parliament has not debated it and parliament has not accepted it. Parliament be debate we are challenges kakra wo na difficulties kakra wo in fact we can even refine it to make it better. And that is the oversight responsibility of parliament. And you will be so and all that and all the saying the most important thing is that the Ministry of Finance and by extension the government is much committed in its promises in the budget. I'm saying this because you see, what we know is that it is the government's mandate to ensure that acquiring railways and promise to a budget you will be able to do it. And you see a tax momo. What it means is that government is expecting a certain quantum of amount of money from that particular arena, so they'll be able to deal with the challenges that we have, i.e., the construction of roads, construction of hospitals, construction of railways, construction of schools, construction of hospitals and other things. And so people should not just be pessimistic. I think that as a nation, I remember whose statement to be the owner of CPF Metro. So the only thing I think Ghana is different from us as compared to the outside world. No, is that we are not nationalistic. We do too much political, unnecessary partisan politics, and as a partisan inclinations are MYA. Let me use this opportunity to advise and also to implore the media. The man boy, you directing to your point whereby not everything will be politics. It is going to help all of us because if you have a nationalistic perspective about everything and not say men pulling it down, and because we pulling it down, and no never mention that is why for so long a time, a small country like Ghana, we have not been able to develop the way I am. And I'm saying this not because I am an MPP person or I'm not an NDC person. It goes to all of us. I am hoping that ABOAGYE say MPP are anywhere. These things that I'm saying, the MPP people should also be able to live behind this kind of advice, because what happens is that we are living our generation and not thinking about future generations. And see, we are living by the day. What we think we can do, and that is what I think the media should be able to help all of us.
Okay, and yet, my man for because I send Bisane said, so Modiska, your best spend in 2022 about Tuja. Your Pessie, and Nisika Bia Mobina. And no crown, just a shortfall of about 37 million Ghana cedis be with ya. Na near Bibusan said, Intiniama Bebra buying so about ye. And Nisika or no fee save well, or best spending in your car. My name's who share revenue in your air bar. A idea you bet me I near my year canning in us, you bet me I na.
No government. There's independent. Anna, I do also bear the budget in a year. No? What you miss why you need 100%. The fact that you plan and you plan big. The fact that you plan and you plan huge. Make sure say, don't dwell go to me a year long. Go to me a year the amount for. Doesn't mean say you should underplan because you might think say only resources no anywhere no more. If government implemented the robust strategy of digitalization, there are certain kind of revenue mobilization which we anticipate is to be able to expand the tax net. If government is so able to do that, what it means is that we should be able to get some domestic revenue mobilization here and there. And so that is what we are looking at. That's what I'm saying. It is not just about the deficit. Because I've already told you, before 2020, government was not doing anything more than 5%. But now government is doing more than 5% because of the impact of COVID, which is the fiscal deficit. And that's a kind of word, i.e., our revenue mobilization and that's expenditure is more than our revenue mobilization. So what I said.
Yeah.
So if our expenditure is more than our revenue mobilization, it means that there's a fiscal deficit and I said there's a deficit. I will say copy can here it be shame and stand to me the achieve
Okay.
But if we have not been able to do that, the only way I able to measure that is why I've told you we need to expand our tax net. Implementation of digitalization and what have you, and not able to achieve all these things we are talking about. So the background of today is different from the background of yesterday.
Okay.
Because of impact of COVID-19.
Okay. Now, Mami Musa we nsu ye nim se fina mo ba be di budget hu komo ba be bobo na matnase na magiatum na appropriation ni ma akoso. Na se enra akrata bi fi Ministry of Roads and Highways Honorable Amakwata ensa esha se minim se bia wate we hu bia ni nyina ne se sa asemo a Finance Minister de to job about toll booth ya abolish no ye jai ye twem ye dwuregu more or less na sisi ade cars na timi twem hwi no mo call mo baby no what the krata ba make us say mfoni bia ye hu ni antete ni se ade na sha se but ne kasem no ka se parliament approve muji tumu na che se ebe ye adwuma but ode na betimi aka fa sa ade is it a case bia ye bu mra so e wo hanam sei ana nia e kwaso sesia no mfumso bi eni so anyhow.
Well, some commentators, the Parliament should have debated the budget and the implementation of this. I said the implementation of same should have happened. They make the argument that Parliament in debate means that the budget has not been accepted as an official document, and we've passed an act, that is the Appropriation Act, and I said they implemented the budget. I find that argument profound, and I find that argument worthy. I believe that there might be a reason for the Road Ministry to have issued such a statement. In the absence of such a reason, because it's a human institution, we are likely to err. So to me, and if that is the case, I mean, I don't think any blunder, the Ministry of Rules can quickly withdraw the letter so that we are within the shortest possible time. When we are done with the debate and approval of the budget statement and economic policy of the Republic of Ghana 2022, then you will be able to implement the same. Amendment to Community 18. Free office by 10 o'clock. When I was getting to the motorway, yes, I mean, I paid because at that time it has not started. Because today we are sitting at 12. My mother said, interviews here, very 11. And I'm free. I'm sure when I'm going, I'll see whether it is working or not for myself. But be that as it may, I'm not sure it's any big blunder. The Ministry of Roads and Highways could rectify that with Parliament or even with their own internal legal department, if it is right and apt for them to have issued this letter.
Okay. Now, before I make Jarno, where the bear and come be bako, I know about being commodity and some of the two dry. Electronic transaction levy, E-levy. Na me woni be just some few seconds be in fact no some few minutes be what I'm saying. Honorable Cashless forcing any Honorable Isaac Adongo aka sembi. Na nsem no de atu dwame so se fisa bre ko no ni ncheche mu a wo mo ka radio TV so e de ma manfo ni bi no. Am ye so se beto ma so mo betie. Me boy ne kakra no wetie ne mebusa se wonti ase wo sa electronic transaction hu ene ni a wo mo ka no sa pepepe na tie because ebi ebeji ombeka so okay sa pepepe ene ko na chese akwese aban ni yen endi ni ye enti we de ni di ma yentie kakra na memra na membusa o senia omo kan se sa na tia.
Ladies and gentlemen, will go down as the most bitter and painful for Ghanaians as they will struggle to put food on the table for their families due to the draconian fiscal and tax policies that has been introduced by the Akufo-Addo government. We are hearing that they are going to introduce the electronic transaction levy affecting mobile money taxes, mobile money transactions, and bank transfers, and an inflows in remittance. So simple put, what this government seeks to do is that from January 2021, January 2022, every single remittance from anybody living abroad to your mother, to your father, and for the purposes of your investment is going to attract taxes from this administration. We think this is not acceptable, and we will advise ourselves when the time comes. Again, we are seeing that they are going to introduce a special tax on mobile money. We have served notice to our minority leader that the minority caucus of Ghana's parliament will stand by Ghanaian, the ordinary Ghanaian, in opposing this Momo tax. These new tax measures will bring great suffering to Ghanaians. We wish to assure the people of Ghana that we will vigorously oppose the killer taxes and will ensure that any one of them that will adversely affect the lifestyle of Ghanaians will be rejected. I knew
that digitization was going to end up in Ibaomia pickpocketing. Today, as you are here working, immediately your money gets into the bank. Unless you go to the bank to withdraw the money in cash, any attempt to spend that money through any electronic means, whether you are transferring directly to somebody, you are transferring to your Momo wallet, you are paying out to your grandmother in the village, Baumia is waiting to take his share before you spend that money. And yet you have paid taxes on income. So you are paying double taxes because your income is taxed. The money that they now give to you as your salary is also taxed if you spend the money by any electronic means. So what it definitely means is that we have reversed the electronic platform that we are creating by over 25 years. I will always go to the bank and so I don't pay. It is the same way you are likely not to be using your platforms to spend your money, but will be queuing at the bank because you want to avoid double taxation of the same money that you pay the taxes on. The other challenge is that if you bought an item and there was a VAT component on it, which is a tax, and you decided to pay the person by a bank transfer or by electronic means, you pay tax again on the VAT.
Okay, so in someone, Nyanumi, the two Honorable Isaac Dongo and Honorable Kisila to forcing Yensha Sinfi Isaac Dongo near okay, say CCR no se usika da banka na se ukwakoyi se SK na ode ana umpese obako yi sika na se opese we use any of the electronic platforms na ode your transaction na sa transaction na be no 1.75% na eba ntino na che se ebe how adwin papa enti CCR ni obi abe ne se ye nyina ebe ko bank instead of ebia me transfer misika electronically bia to me wallet na bibisa dia ye da bi meko bank na makwa esa ye nyina bank ho ba be ye ma niama na nke aye na nke bia decongesting even banks ni cashless ni ake sadie we ma ye sign akoyechi biom empo sa wo to bia de na se bia o pese transaction na bia wo to no utia electronically wo de card ni bibi na the bank dia ni nyina no ye san ba be charge o sadie ofi se enya de beboa so nia Isaac Adongo kan abasa electronic E-levy abe sanity on
ABOAGYE you will be do photocasm there you cannot approbate and reprobate to me car 2014 na 2021 you say what can support when it happens like that, it means that we need principles. You don't have principles. Sure. In 2014, there's a video even circulating around. Now, the shortest answer that I'll give to you, question.
Hey.
And it says, the person is sending 500 CDs. And the will be electronically. And the thousands CDs at the account to Stanbic Bank. Now, the person will be another Stanbic Bank. So it's a community 18. So the closest branch that I can find is on the Spinters Road around KFC. And the Semefa Uber in and out 30 cities in one or maximum 40 cities in and out. Maybe the time that I will miss at the bank, you add all these costs to it. Then you catapult it to the 1.75% now. But which one will be profitable? That is what I've told you. That you cannot approbate and reprobate. Share the outside world and after the outside jurisdictions that they be in fact Almost everybody is paying taxes. And that is how they develop their nation. That is how they get aid. And then how do you aid Ghana beyond aid and expect a few people to be paying taxes? That's the way. When John Dramani Mahama His Excellency, when he said that the number of people paying taxes in this country is not even up to 30%. And for that matter, according to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we need to expand the tax rate. And this is what he said in 2014. And expanding the tax rate means that you need to introduce certain policies. And over to the and if you have a transaction for 500 or 1,000 cedis to do, and you're supposed to pay 1.75% of it, but it's not even up to 5 cedis, and you think that you win 40 cedis to go to the bank, is that a kind of analogy? The NDC people want us to believe. Oh, principles that are nested in our politics. And these are the same people who were saying something different in 2014, 2015. Why? Why are we doing that to ourselves as a nation? How do you want ABOAGYE? It means to be a year, Juma or Parliament, they be a better me. Who peace from no despite a better what was left. But the other people who are not having any direct and also official work, they are never paying taxes. How do you develop a nation like that? That is why Dr. Bawumia said that maybe Nkofobi will have economists even at the level of state form no more here. And if you don't understand, how do you blame us? Because see, is it not everybody who is supposed to be paying taxes? Or a few people are supposed to be paying taxes? But see, Obia name tax, and that's a few people name tax. It's supposed to be everybody. Into Cobra, a lecture. Come, I know, but not please FM. But not need them. No, the people also in there, tax to me that. Also, you're not if you don't know the private business, or don't post it as social Pabradiano, or no tax. Is that a kind of government you want us to run? At the end, this is for the Omoka 2014. Because of politics, cheap partisan politics, without principle, you are living the sense that you yourself preach the people of Ghana. Is that the kind of argument you want to make? Sometimes, especially where we sit, when we see how people make their arguments and people make their commentary, just because of partisan politics. And I'm sorry, just because most of our people are also vulnerable, we try as much as possible to mislead them. Because we can't do the nation like that.
Who raise issues about say double taxation? For instance, it's any adongo kind say ebia wo to ade ya charge you VAT. Now person make payment electronically. Then they charge you 1.75%. Who ni say no kwakwa su tro mienu. Eno say ban say amani hani ene ne ka ho. We remittances here. Utua charges. We momo ya till charges. Now we are wasting to 1.75%. I am just asking. This is what they are. So I'm just putting it to you.
But next time, maybe angels advocate.
I'm not playing devil's advocate. I'm asking questions.
May take community 18. Cast any sticker for study. Omuti is legal. Omuti are two. Sticker for Omuti is legal. Sticker for Omuti cantonment. Do they pay to?
Omuti are two because ebia you su kwan no. Why buy you su kwan no wetu ato anameboa?
Semen okay. Semen okay.
Say why buy you su to no na wo betua. Ntimi you su identity say metua.
How a system like that? Economics 101 will tell you, say, you need to build an equitable tax system. Equitable tax system. And building an equitable tax system no, will mean, say, you bring everybody into the tax net. And why don't we abolish the tax? And I say the two are here, at a point whereby just a few people are obite kaswa. The salary, ABA in 2008, when you're small KBA team, every day you also tier 2 cities. Obite East Legon, that person is not paying it, and you are telling me, say, because the person is not using that road, so that person should not be paying a certain kind of taxes. We are saying that.
But Mimbisawo Mpacho need
it's not about the usage of the road.
Honorable Mpacho Mimbisawo. So for instance, maybe a tobacco product, maybe a obinum ta na cigarette na suki, the taxes are so. Maybe no cigarette. So I buy so because we want to do equitable tax okay, see ano. Ye tax ne fee or more monom a cigarette no so. Na ye gina send ye buy a near tia. Is that the argument?
For example, that is not a public good. That is not the public good. Okay. I'm talking about public goods. Things that are supposed to be used by everybody. I'm saying that if those in community 18 who have to be using the motorway, have to be paying. Remember, this motorway was built by state resources that Mitmiaka said taxes from the general Ghanaian people. At the time, Yanka said community 18 for one and said your moment here for the tax. The coin I died is Legon. I'm asking you, are they paying? Don't any quota or is Legon? Are they paying? If you're not paying, why do you make that argument? You see, Makacho say there should be beer for the nationalistic perspective. Mete spentes, mete sifie kama was spentes. We used to coin kama mintia too. What's it you no use to community 18 the no nuntia too? Why? I mean, why? Why do we do that to ourselves? Oh, and then the maker said the media should help us shape the discussion. In a nationalistic perspective, we'll be able to say we are building a nation. And say that a policy, not policy, will put everybody, and that's almost everybody, into the general tax net, so that the obey simple way to kakran, so that we will be able to do the Ghana beyond age in one. Then this says they don't understand. Why?
Okay.
It's not a tenable argument for me. It's not a tenable argument for me.
Honorable, that's in influence you are saying, Yamin Shapa no pay. Martin McCatcher, Honorable Vincent Asifwa, Mrashe Juno Jama, Tafuano pay neat. 100.9 Ghana Montie soon was you go well. Yana, ye the Boncratano. Any interviews I hold on the see Brussels your discussion segment you see the to us so studio no one saying Honorable Dr. Kingsley Nyakon or Nyakon a member of parliament for KWASI constituency and Honorable Derek Ohene Beck Queen sometimes Queen a former member of parliament for Upper West Achim and Sanfa Lucius okay yes, happy pepe. Vidasi. PPP Bruno Regina, chairman. That's Titrenima. PPP Amanyuko no Bruno Mantemano. Pain for me and saying and Yeniomo Babi Dijma. But before I make comments, no, my main kind of comments in Kakra because comments no ate muache papa. So one here says I urge government to expand the tax net because a lot of mechanics and auto sprayer don't pay tax, and lots of Ghanaians also don't pay tax. That's how we do. I was Silver Corner, Mataico, no, the buy. So they've expanded the tax network now. Everybody's going to pay. From YEA to NAPCO to USTAT. Indeed, NPP has the requisites of providing more jobs for the youth. Rainbow, Kaswa, and Odifino the buy. With the help of Ghana media, Baumia tormented Parkwesi Mr. Arthur with literature questions when the man was managing the economy with practicalities. But it seems the media is now blaming Baumia alone for being a literature reader. The media must first apologize to Muhammad, the family of famous Arthur, and all Ghanaians. Ted from Finland, Nodiano, by Sule Usunyani KTK says, His Excellency President Akufo-Addo-led government remains resolute in enhancing the livelihood of the Ghanaian people by building an economy that is more viable and resilient. Sule Sunyani KTK Nodifi and no, they buy. Fidel from Takrade says yesterday's budget presentation was a marvelous one. Now there is hope for the unemployed youth. 1 million startup for youth entrepreneur. That's one here from Fidel. Or the Takrade no, they buy. We see government scrapping road toll is a move in the right direction. Toll booths are not even properly monitored, and all the money goes into the pocket of individuals. That's one here from Kojo Dupako, President Concerned Patriot of Facebook, and or by. If Road Minister director stoppage in road toll collection from Thursday, it means the budget has taken effect. I'm asking you, has Parliament approved the budget yet? That's one here from Ablade Efia Kuma Zongo Takrade and Odifi Ebai. And to this one that says, we see it is not possible for the NDC to accept the 2022 budget. After all, no wife has had a good dream about her rival. Kojo Trumpet, tasty aspect fast food. You sure about that? Maybe some rivals who have good dreams about their Nana Kwame Opasco in someone say kudos to President Akufo-Addo and his able government. In fact, the Ajinkwa budget will make NDC stay in opposition forever. Nana Kwame Opasco with that one. And to one here from Bachu. One here that says, please, this directive about cancellation of road tolls, there is nothing like 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. It's either 12 midnight or 12 midday. Let's get it straight. Savior from Adenta. Well, I'm sure you're correcting the Minister of Roads and Highways. That's it. Positive change, Medina. Seems we are better reverting to the ATM than using Momo. The reason, if I save with Bank A and I make withdrawals using same bank's ATM, it's free of charge. In current situation, I would only be charged 1.75% electronic levy charge. However, if I use Momo outlets, I would have to pay a withdrawal charge plus transaction charge imposed by this insensitive government. We shall revert to the olden days of keeping monies under our pillows. Positive change, Medina. Wow. Ma yen home so na mincha moga camera painful and shasiye and kasa.
Ghana Montie. Utie oha echi ponkno. Needs FM.
The show wa eja oba ene nkonkron dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Lufat.
Injija wohoma malaria enka won to them. Lufat, eye malaria drop a.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And aye Lufat, a two malaria sententem.
FDA ahwehwesa ejede nkratoi ajatum se eye. Utie oha echi ponkno. Needs FM.
Well, young ma and painful akwa babium na yen shasia no pay yendi and komo I was studio no saying. So Honorable Derek Ohene Bequeen, former member of Parliament for Upper West Achim, and Honorable Dr. Kingsley Nyako, member of Parliament Kwadasu constituency, and Samfa Lucius PPP Bno Regional Chairman. Honorable Bequeen Akwaba.
Yeah, I just win everyone.
Yeah, Boko, yeah.
Oh, Basaya the Madaro.
Koyo.
Yeah, Yaminti.
Upper West Achim for us.
Oh, yeah.
Upper West Achim, would that be Asamankesi Horum?
Upper West Achim used to be part of the West Achim Municipal
Asamankesi.
Yet.
Part of Asamankesi?
Yeah.
Okay.
As a district, no, yet.
Okay.
But it's been a constituency since 19.
Okay. And if
sure,
fine. Okay. Okay.
So it's a constituency or a district between Insauma Dwejuri and Mankes, which is the West Akim Municipal.
When I'm home, say me come Kruma, Ades, so in some Ades, you know, me dear house, Asamankes is a kedi.
When I'm come on. You have 2 lenses. So,
me call you, Mama, come. That's the first part. I say na kwan no na enye wo.
Yeah, na mo fa na Zonto Road. And na mampani John Dramani Mahama be. Yes.
It is easier them. I see. Okay. Sanfa akwaba. Na enyoma mse.
Bibi eboko.
Ekoye.
Nsheda nkoye sa.
Oh, tese ofi bunu mantem nyama nkoye sa na pese oche.
Nkoye.
Wow. Ebeye. Say ajinkwa budget na ba.
Budget we dey say ebo abosu 2022 ya mo abosu opa dia kuro we ntim ye ntinam.
Ebeji. Mamima honorable Nyako Akwaba na Minti ono so honorable Nyako Akwaba.
Omunya ejo so.
Na boko dia.
Na do boko na so.
You go sunga krankra.
I'm sorry, I'm a ton count Saturday. I'm saying now host Saturday program.
Sure, entertainment review.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, that's it. Well, so when I film Russia bedroom, my main chassis and few so. And for me, I think in terms of comportment, meaning say one I say that year meeting. Some of the budget representations are best in kono. And but no, I think was fairly okay in terms of how we conducting more I think it was fairly okay. And see I never con a bem say beboa.
Yeah, I mean say you na and we can be understand there, but I think on the whole no you're fine.
Yeah. Well, Mami Musa former member of parliament in swear. And now if you say I'm saying in terms of how I'm comport to
Oh, it was not bad. Anyway, we say normally in parliament, you know. I am near air banner. It make when and run just say na who say minority for no. Na I will be able to. That they be told swa. And normally before the budget comes,
they were just shocked.
Whatever the case may be, you know. I ubenya ho pokue. Nti no mo hwe ahokyere na eba beba Ghana for no so say. Irade ye man for you.
Budget e die da so ya aginkwa no.
Aginkwa. Eye killer budget.
Oh.
Eye killer budget ba. Na edu wa ebeto ni nti killer budget.
Mati, ye bebe no so. Tamfa, in terms of how we comport to omo ho hwe in terms of ebia deda wo mo be ye ebia hro bi ni ne ebe koso eno ade no. Na nya bad sa. Nya bad. Minim se nya osi hu no.
Nra na we abesi kom. We say previously sen ka bibi say koso sometimes we go say ebi mu kra chro
cards ni placards ni.
Nra ya hu bi sa. So me hu say anisa.
So ya prapra ya no prapra kwem ma yemra na yen hyase teach you yankomodie no ebedi about some of the interventions and nyamani bia aban we edeba. But we want to start from the taxes so far by introducing because na budget ni teach you no nyama bi sa na ye ni ko ho pa enti honorable Bekwe yen hyase fi taxes na aban introduce you eto saying so far no de ba ye uhu ni saying
minia medase na mefa kwanya yin so chia my AT programming share on other platforms. Me man for a upper west adesu ni yaso. Normally you can apa na na nkofo ani akosoro ho. But we dey achima ya between in some adwaju.
Yeah.
Because era onra budget. Me transia na me hwa nti o man we na ye konuni. Isan se me ni okosi. So we share abenidie. Ene aho kyere. Our mem. Say enkrofo. Ene sika ho ayeden. Hwe sanya petro sam. Ekuo man. Na ma ahyentuade akosoro. Na ye ma minimum a edidwa ene a driver for. Ene wo de ade to ka mu kosi ha. Untumi ntua. Na ni nyina kan bom na ma ne ma bo akosoro wo dwaso. Na uti abenedie ne nkrofo nkoma wo mu di ananse nyina na ye mpa hebo ne ye ku ho ane se em se daba for unions kwa guso ye hwe senya ye ayi sidi dollar yi de na to fom na o tietia no na ma wokɔ kra nneɔma ba ɔman yi mu a ama ne boɔ ayɛ den na aban wei anamo a wasan tu aka ho no a na obisa ho sɛ ɔman wei ɛhe ne yɛkɔ ɛsɛ nyame ba mu ɛsiane sɛ baabi a npp aban de yɛn kɔ no nua bɛma let's look at the tax hwɛ aban wei bɛba aban mu no ghanafoɔ werɛ mfii o owura bawumia ɛne ne nana excellence nanado asɛm bɛ na ɔmo ka kyerɛ yɛn ɔmo sɛ yɛni hafoɔ ɛna ɛde wɔn ani to yɛ dɛn tax so de yɛ ɔman bawumia ka kyerɛ yɛn that we are going to move from taxation to production yɛbɛfi to gyegyeɛ ho na yɛakɔ ɛnneɔma yɛ ho sɛ to gyegyeɛ ne deɛ ɛnyɛ koraa mekae me na yi bi a metie yɛ ɔsi the country is in a mess. If you look at the way the taxes are going, it means it's going to stifle growth. When you don't get the growth, you don't get the revenue. Then you go back to introduce new taxes. And this leads to a downward spiral, blah, 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 blah. Can't stop bluffing, and say, the taxes in go or minus what? And my mine, economy no, and tumpon. And tumpon swa. Tax revenue in your day. Emma because in Numa ho bechi won na asem no na so man na nya ni sika aban ni besa akone na okatia NDC aban ni besa akone chi na asa de tax akoye den akoguso ntina say ye kwasi konso gina kwantia ye koye ho ye tue ho na o man say this is the same Dr. Bawumia omo ba aban mu in 2017 I was in parliament. No more than could that day. Budget be by a ma so can for the one sick a high brass man. A boy, a corner, see us or a wong. Then you ye. The nuisance taxes 2019-2020. Tax a hoodwa a buying way, edding kind of go on mine way so. Ye whom bola tax. Es liatoso. And then ye can who be luxury tax about. COVID tax about 3% bad rate, all these things coming from a buying way. Share and now share petroleum price. And yet I'm not in kuto na kosro because this government budgeted $54 per barrel. And it's showing sika obey ubenya fi petrol. And then I could do about $81 per barrel. There's a windfall to this government. Fuel markets cost and the levies near the Kenya, there be soon fuel so. And ne your top trying. And ne your top and I'm 31 cities near G. And you pay soon. To memu dia aye and chaye. And you read Dr. Bawumia. Oko dina shese. Born on some running, I what ye need okay, you cheap program that I'm person perform. So yendi and you mean fanfa offense how do you call it electronic you can go dream. I bet 15 times so and they say I didn't know better cry or the card now I got to increase promoting this country into a cashless economy. Fantastic. No one is against that. Baby, I only cracking who's a few. Brother, now, baby, lay all the foundations for this. When we talk about digitalization, we are looking at infrastructure, then we look at applications. I'm really, if I want to expand my understanding, I will not hit the point. If you buy as say, young for 2022 budget, I won't in what's the name if I? Then levy, E-levy. Another day. And ne momo na obi ati ase. You see where you wrote those. On buying pain. When people are promoting, say, private investors back into development of our roads. Say, I'm kwan won si kabet mi akoye yakwan so akoye yakwan iye na mo di tolls atoto so aje diskan. Is it in America? Or in the UK, If I'm almost in developed countries, I almost scrapple. That's all right. I ain't a road to my. It gives us just around 80 million in a year. And the way you introduce taxes, they are projecting to collect over 1 billion. Is it 50 billion or so? That's this government for you. And in any mumu. Mira ho. Minya so we nkurase ye maame mu. Ni ye papa mu. Ene mumu nko a me fa ne mumu. Ye mfa ye sika ene o pese o disika komo bia.
Fiti han ko esu okọ fihi akọ asama nkese. Na o se o man sika abroa bia na bi o we kura.
Minya.
E car obefa honorable petrol obehye.
Minya.
Na 1.75%. Eno na eko asifo ase omusi omubusa mu.
E car mefa. Inti enya won na omo say ye promote cashless economy. Enye temi maami hie sika na ofrɛ me a o kwamna pe bibi bra me na mente apo mani nda so enne kwa me ho dodo me you have to eso kwa ese mankese hospital na se me ko send ne 300 cedis a
yeah
ese me din kan kutua the service charge of 1%. Inti se me ko tua me
about
ko
3 Ghana
ma
cedis
eyi mfa say 2000 na me ko ma me a
yeah
1% in yahin 20 cedis mbato me boa
yeah
e was so and Dr. Baumia did this killer digital taxes was ambassador temi ko tua sa 20 cedis na me san ko tua 1.7% calculate mame
Dr. Baumia de otim se ade kra no ne ninji ho because tie ne ya ebo ano pay ya
oh ne ninji ho o pie ya ko hye ho ni nyina no na ode ya nkwa koma yenkraduru anom because when you promote a sector now within a short time they knew what they were going to do. Now on their rehearsals towards the introduction of this budget. Na masako tuyaseska 1.75% naka ho. Do you think I'll be sending mumu? And then yebama ye mami mako jina station no. Rawa fo no. And then mu ye kra deda. Na se me fa kofa mumu. Na aban we nkwaji 1.75 it me cost station na. I'll drive to the station and give the money to the driver to give it to my mom.
The risk.
What risk? Oh, that risk. The same thing, no? The risk involved in this, no? Is that 1.75 about it? You see, why are we cheating our people? You want me and more thing.
Yes, I
and not the ye bibia. Yes, share. I'm not sure what my name. And do you think, say, a friend saying that lazy man? Let me just refer you to 2020 August year. Dr. Baumia, as more can say, oh, on Jane this say, I see a taxi momo. Go to Ghana Web. This is the same chairman of the economic management team. Dr. Baumiani yes, summoned to 3 committee or down no. Last year in August, one station here, Ora come see if I can interview no. So okay,
yeah, but voice no.
Me that's it. Oh, see you. Is this hard and dada and troning nada now with the dada Ghana for?
Can
they read the budget? Can they put the budget together without the involvement of
so
the
on that team now, but ABS they
no. The head of the economic management team, Maza, I would done. One pet and Yaya Manaba. If you want to take 8 billion from the people, in 2020, from 2017 Money over 450 billion. Around 400 billion, let me be very correct. My using in our election, I say, I buy by compass and bedintino. I'm a net, the country is broke. I buy no cap the nim, tika nim, and what nim, and then we call German so musica propriety, and internet somebody chinipansa guachi.
That's not about Subium, honorable.
Nasambra.
That's not about Subium. Honorable Beckwin, and I was in Kanamain Corp, Honorable Yakon, same Yama Basamfa. So na métier almost so a budget presentation first round. Abunyako.
Yeah, I mean I was say na mensanchia atiefobia. Na menchia minyon ma omo kwada so constituent. So mamu ha na omapanyi bi ka che say enam na yawe amana akadompe. No cho say na e man at that time no na enkoye. Minua, before say and maybe me tie say obo vice president voice. Issue the momo. But minua say utie vice president ye pa. Utimu say na our empathy. Emma the vulnerable. I heard him saying that. Na o mention omo ni bi omo ho kire omo. It no o share this E-levy na yede bana. It make a provision for omo almost send 100 cedis and below no. They are exempted. And the whole month no is about 3,000 cedis. That is a fact because about this policy ebano. Na about so no dream omo a sebio omo sika enko animu. Ano aboti he. Ono sika na ono be send no. The me send no, the be send no. Minya in most times no. Ya na more than hot yenwan ma omo chiro no o be send. Minya ya hwe adekonti a benwa ekoso. Me say me situate discussion within a certain context. In the year 2016, before say year MPP year ba abamo. NDC for not oma running economy na my economy na say. We share all the macroeconomic indicators are. Meanwhile, we were struggling on all of them in this country. Yenim say at the end of 2016, now your primary balance, sika yen saka and sika spending, awoyi sika oditua insihun afrimu no. Meanwhile, now a year in deficit 1.1%. Nakupa dom 2017 and nakufa do aban epejemu edeko surplus of 0.5%. The following year 2018 it may equal 1.4%. They ended 2019 with 0.9%. Meaning surplus and not ABNC or memo among they are negative. The economy was being run well. Economy nama ebo faso ekoso IFN inflation moja 15.4%. At the end of 2019, yet me at the buyer eba single digit for so many months. Minya growth. The economy no esini moja 3.4%. Ebrana mufi so ako. Na kufado 2017 or they call 8.4%. 2018 or they call 6.5%. 2019 or they call 6.8%. COVID-19 and even COVID-19 by the year 2020, even you project say you're going into negative growth, but you year no with 0.4%. Meanwhile, and it was one of the best within our sub-region. Only say the average growth rate in the year 2020 in sub-Saharan Africa was negative 1.7%. We went beyond that. Under Omo administration, there were two fiscal deficit. The economy sika you did so under NDC, there by a deficit of 6.5%. Yet me 2018, you had about 3.8%. 2019, you had about 4.8%. COVID period, and I call 11.7%. Can the a catch and ra. Oversee now one day. And the NDC between 2013 and 16, still now one then also take by 18%. We did about 8% between 2017 and 2019. Meanwhile, the economy was doing well. Under your administration, Mabua no money Jumani Bebenomitifi, Napco Ebe absorb about 100,000 of them. Now our can't say it's to say you bet turning the economy from a Cashless economy to an industrialized one. By so doing, you better move from taxation to production. That was why we began with one factory. And we know, this intervention aboard this country. At least last time, Minister for Trade and Industry about Parliament, Okache say at that time no Obayenom. Now you now wire them 4 factories are creating about 150,000 direct and indirect jobs. And we are still creating some of them. So when your Abine was doing well, The interventions are a course or memoir. National ID cards are produce and all that. And for food and jobs. The government was doing well. Minya only say last year, crude oil price was $48. As we speak, it's $80. COVID-19 ravaged almost every economy in this world. I was following Al Jazeera. US of A. They are cramming over fuel prices in the country. They now say, Al Jazeera. It was there. You were agitating, say, fuel prices are cost within the US of A. Argentina, they are struggling because of the pandemic. Penny Fernandez, as we speak now, he is in trouble because of the pandemic. We say that is the reason why on minor and Mamu I think Kakra. But before this time now, government was doing well. Meaning, now, because of these issues, and we all know the COVID-19 era, government has spent so much money. And now I can afford to 2.8 million people were provided with hot meals. Is it not true? Government did that. Government collaborated with faith-based organizations, MIMA families, food packages, families of 470,000. Government, because of the COVID-19, I employ additional 38,000 nurses, frontline staff. We spent about 36.8 million cedis on them. We spent so much money at that time. Mikase, through the Ghana Enterprise Agency, that is busy loans to the tune of about 523.1 million. We spent so much. In the midst of all these things, revenues also went down. They call lockdown for about 3 weeks. Even after lockdown, most companies were running shifts. Meaning in Peace FM, NIT FM, I'm sure say now more shift system here. When you affected productivity, government lose revenue. Meaning revenue shortfall was about 11 billion Ghana cedis. And our expenditure went up by 14 billion. Look at the gap. So with the gap, how do you do? Or say open innovative ways but mean they are resolve the challenge in the economy. And I buy Aja to me say the economy is in a way distressed because of the COVID-19.
In just here, my taxes no eba.
So when I say economy now, it me fast it me the economy about back to its footing again. That is what the government is trying to do. And share budget now and not a course now. I buy provided so many solutions. Number one, or say equity jobs. In your job for the masses, the equity jobs there. But meanwhile, we also know say there are some who are without jobs. And at the end this we say, come on, graduate some of school. Omo per juma. My penny that my catch almost on your magician to provide jobs. The evidence is there. Also on your magician. But now could father by almost said no, he must do something. NAPCO was rolled out. 100,000 were given jobs. Omwa, no more, and National Education Guard, Ghana cards, no. They were given jobs. As we speak, 261 districts, no. They up the score. Then you have job creation. But we have to do more. So those who don't have job, no, we have to do more. And government is saying, Obe provided 10 billion stimulus package, 10 billion cedis to create jobs, focusing mostly on entrepreneurship development. I mean, and that is step in the right direction. Government is talking about Youth Start program. Our idea said, you better provide 1 million jobs for the youth and those who are seeking jobs. Within the space of 3 years now, we are spending about 3 billion on that program. And again, an additional 2 billion will be made available. And Abai is also saying, 5 billion on the commercial banks at Casa. Make available 5 billion. Now, you find support to small and medium enterprises so that they can expand and employ more. So the budget offers hope. This 10 billion na yɛde hyɛ economy no ɛbɛboa mɛtumi afa nipa bebree ɔmo companies ɔmo hia financial support no with this support no they can expand ɔmbɛtire mu mafa nipa then we move the economy forward. So that is the job creation aspect.
Okay.
The second aspect now is about revenue generation. Over the years, the company say we need to widen our tax regime. Probably beyond normal, especially those in the informal sector now.
The 1 minute back on now. We see. Best about to be. Me the 1 minute best about to be.
So or say you timi enya more revenue. Now by saying say, for example, a road fund in 78 million cities, which is woefully inadequate. Then pay innovative way. Now, then raise scarf from within the economy. Two options. Or say you call Bobosia. And I say, or say you raise scanner from within. So the government says, you raise scanner from within. And I want to introduce electronic transaction levy. I will say 1.75% onto electronic transactions. And now, what's called tolls and all that. When I feel say, a bit me aboagye, a met me scanner, a bit me a day acquiring about infrastructure, accreted more jobs. When you do difficult situations, you need to be innovative. That about ya obey me a grow economy no. When you say yes, you talk about bosses already know our debt position is distress. So do you want to add on to the debt? And I say, over to me, I use fear to raise more revenue. And only they are buying no. So we are going to get a lot of money. And my boy met me face roads now. And they call it finna that day. When you only say, Tama on my penny that Jacob for a buyer on my penny. Now a total road stock in this country was 39,000 kilometers. Office no. What we call 69,000 kilometers. NDC in 8 years at the 4,000 and a car home. So they left about 73,000 kilometers. And I could follow at their court 79,500 kilometers.
Honorable.
You see, so but still no, there was deficit, and we need to face that. And one other thing now, me can want some tax exemption bill about parliament. Me can one program to say. Ghana lose about 5 billion Ghana cedis every year to tax exemption. Deputy Minister for Finance, I say that the right figure no in their estimation is 2.2 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, it's a lot of money. So I think said so now eba ne pass I bet me buying not tax exemption it me at so that I bet me more money to build our country.
Okay.
So budget no me no ya adwin ajinkwa budget a budget a bet me buy make me after nobody can convince me say this budget is empty, there's nothing in it.
When I'm say ajinkwa
oh but also about myself that's what my culture you know what you say that's the fact. So far so good.
Okay.
Now I said about so and now one of my colleagues
Nesi for man
the chairman or the I think road committee of parliament honorable Kennedy Nyakon say make some few weeks back now Tembiano that was his position.
Okay.
Yen scrapo you know now yen pay innovative way of raising money to that. And I think say what he has done no me bona ba so you say ebe you do na me nwa pani the constituency e kwana enye no yetimi de bi den e dey man.
Me busa sa dey way because e bi aka no pe na me busa call about it honorable Asefo say Argentina mo say ya approve by an finance minister to ya approve na ya appropriate na say niam na be take effect. But no na ya da just say one more himself road minister dey release aba. So ashase ye adwuma nei fonini bia ye hu.
Just a populist agenda.
Is that sana niam working?
Yeah, no to enko yanim na.
And no am hu.
I know can na bonya come so no crashes.
Yeah, and the pay me I debate me I have a position on that.
Okay.
Me name at the contier because for me I know say I think the 179 or so, a catcher say, Opesa use could be a overall tax, raising money, spending, or even if you want to say, jai, you have to refer to Parliament. I don't know the reason why. I mean, Timo say, as we speak, Nebia, one initiative, projects are a Parliament. There can be. Oh no! Oh no! I'm saying say a beer, you know, a beer fees. A beer normal.
Honorable, Mon can't say is it here.
No,
say who said na because I know people. I mean, we say honorable as if one. They will see church money a day. I didn't say I am from Swa. Mon can't say okay. No, Sadia we in China and can see a China approve.
Yeah, me no. Yeah, first time in Parliament. Once a channel. Maybe say Abba. They are seniors. My understanding no. If he say I will say that is my understanding. I might be wrong.
Okay.
I might be wrong. Maybe if he say or say anka the cordial approval from Parliament. That's what I'm thinking.
The right thing.
What I'm saying say I don't know.
Comes to Parliament for approval.
Okay.
And I say as we speak now.
Parliament approves a fee or a levy or whatever tax to go ahead. And you want to remove it, that it is only Parliament.
I know, and I'm saying, say,
some special levy near the fee for the implement it. They waited because almost see any day.
What I'm saying is, as I sit here, so me law no me lawyer, so but I don't know the ABA omaye and the Okuma moye and I say
former member of Parliament said. Sanet, yes, seen it.
But me no, my explaining what I know per the constitution to you. But in some instances, no, a beer be coming on. Now there is a leeway to do something and go to Parliament for ratification. It's possible.
Okay, Marcus, Mama, San Francisco, na yinti San Francisco kaka. San Francisco, mamitio budget. So far, senior and 70 PFU, any taxes are hood crab, menju agent.
Minium does it. Unima Duma, this is near air dimpa.
Debut.
I say we defend the NPP. I'd made dim parkers your power back, we see. I say we defend the Abanwi. Air dincy maybe. Now, and sa ayi or friends say budgeter the ready me near manu be an case e. And year 2022 dear, you was assemble nepo. Say Obekaya nche biane government eto aban for akatrium. Na okay say enema nkoyi into o mabe 4%. Enti 4% a ode mabe 2022 dear NC 7%. Now Baumia anasa Dr. Mahmoud Baumia adia or crusade sisi say obe digitize money no and intino enko bi ne ebia awone 1000 cedis bi eda banker instead of say nipa no befa car say bia o okọ no akoyi ska no obetimi atena ne fie no ayeden wayi enti obi na yeto ni pay mu a fia bi ne yade to so no enka at least nipa no etena fie a sika kakra na eba no nanka nipa atimi aden atimi ayi ska no from ne bank e de ato ni momo lines so pese se ohwe taxes a yade aba minua na e kira o say the nipa no because say what here a year bankers association aka say that is 1.7% enya dia bebefa enti it means say customers ne beden ebefa sa aka no enti say me person me transaction from me bank to me momo a eno no 1.75 and then sika so kura beto me momo so no eno so transaction bi a me ba be ye no and so 1.75 so now I tell say in the end no ye kwa kotua more you see the oye niema si a na che say o pese eniema mu ye den e de ma amanfo the ekoba no say nipa no ba betua more on mobile money and I say e bia transaction e be cost bank di and na che say car and I say na honorable ka say aja ye de ma scan ma drivers a na ni obi ne yedi scan no come na ya ka chen se co station me de ama car sumasi o ko ho no ma no wa yeden wakoje the koban sa na chese ye ko old system na use na enti na chese ne Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia crusade no say opese o digitize Ghana na ye moving from cash to cashless society no na chese entimu mbam no you understand again ye nyina ye nim say ene no ye wo online marketing no ni those niema na Jumia and then other platforms ahodo ayitim to niema ewo so enti enka metena me fie a na aja ma akọ online na ma akọtọ ade ho no na aja ma send this car no edeko ene no those platforms no so ahodo no nyina no ni ebe nso be say o mefa sa 1.7% no enya de ono befa enti wo na customer na wo ba beto ade no wo no be den wo befa sa aka no enti kami akwete ana se kire se be manie mabo as na eden akosoro because me ton nsuoi na nsuoi ye ofrensen 1 cedi na se me send this car na metua more on it dia ana se obi send it dia mam na se me na me be yi no metua more dia se me sa 1.7% no edit to nsuo no ska so se na be ya me den me boka but I think say before NPP ebeba abamu in opposition because that way of saying say the laziest approach and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia kachire nyina ti asese say no ba and I say NPP ba they were going to move from taxation to production. Taxation to production no enu ni ye we and I say ene ni ye de. You see sometimes no mpanifo kan say bi say okote say nkontompo tinisu a na nokre ni abo no. And now no pay NPP communicators who team say Bebrepa they are struggling. They are struggling to defend a budget now. Abano. What you say? No, but as I no can ye can because me a Ghana ni and a idea means me you understand? And you see, I already know. I ho system no. You understand? Napko ya na wo ka ho asemi krampo no ye nyina ye kai say answer na ayi offense saying even the day ye mampani e launch Napko because say after 3 years no be make it permanent in your day na no ya che ya letter aba say ben kofi akire ho asan the letter for frabanti no budget be capture say ba ma be a 1 year extension na 1 year extension after 1 year no what next? What you say? What next? And you see, sometimes no, me no na one say, betiminya the gut na say, be defend the new BC. Ayi bi say no ye obia ayade obia hu wram bi. Enye nipa ba ko ne hu be wram. Enti say wo kan asem a, say otimi kan asem ne be ma ye nyina ya den. Yakoma ato yem. Ade ba ko a me ba be kan say, you see eba employment a be tinka cho oh. Ya create inuma one district, one factory. Who be say nyuma no so wo he a? Who ba bia nyuma na ba create no den ewo. What you say? Beba ye no don't forget say I teacher training I first we are na ke direct posting. What me the policy aba and say obi wie training just otena fie for be 1 year. Ansana ni posting den ni posting. Na service there one who introduce you service no. That mandatory service no ye MPP ni be introduce mandatory service. You understand? And so ene no nyina no yade a ede ahokire eba system no. But me ade ba kwa na me expect you say that if truly the whole person ho boa and we say what agric minister now no work say first no utim to board like 40 cedis and 4 cedis because papa wa boni wiase no team anase wiase na ye nyina ye wom no enu munu wo a o kan sa asem we say first he fan na to board offense 40 cedis and 4 cedis you see enema boy den akokosoro na enuane ane boa akosoro no nyina ye say me fi akura na eba if you go to the villages and see what is happening there akwan no nye den enye you understand. Enti se obi ewo nnobaye ewo ofrensen na kura anase na fuom na ode sa nnobaye no ebeba ayi kuruma car pese ebe kwa akofa no car no ntimi yeden entimu nko because nsuo tutoyi say ye baira say wo de kia kwa akofa wo nsa kwan no nyentino car no charge aboden eni ntino say wo nso de niema no badwa so a wo de car no bo ne nasefo no nyina yeden ba beto offense niema no so eno kan ho bi ni ma offense board ye ne baira mu ne nasefo bo ayeden akosoro no enti ene no say wo bibi pa bi na wo pese oboa man na eya akwan na enye anase akwan na elinki to nkura anase no na ese otimi yeden utimi hwe na oye ho adwuma se na ebe ya anuane bo betimi aden ebetimi abafam mani ya yetimi ye nyina ye hu se ayi bi te se ayi offense Guinness Ghana be nyina se be use millet be use offense abro. If you go to the northern region hwa ho kira ewo honom bi wa sa places inum ne ye ba bi abeden bedo ayi abro kese. Enti se ope se oti ahokire no so what do you do? Resource them because sa ayi offense area honum bia say no bank pese obema kuani no besia but obe prefer say ebia obi ne oye importer no pese import abro anase millet no bank no be prefer say obema importer no den obema no what do you call it besia dan say obema ayi sa farmer no besia. Enti what do? You resource the farmer. Yana bentiminya access to loans. Na bentimi fanya den bentimi fando abru. Okwo hon ma ho an be ka say be koye that one village one dam we said. And what is the status of that one village one dam? What you say? And those people still stick to only that one rainy season na ewo honum no. What you say? Me wa no so no sa niema na enkabe no honum no. Enka we ready market. And there's offer poultry farmers we Guinness Ghana kra me kan ye Edison China for poultry farmers. Poultry farmers no ye den import abro free miamia eba manimu. What you say? And so it tells you say unya offense obi ana say ba beye those who are into maize production and as for na say also basenia. After right from nipa no ewo ready market wo honum enti denti a on resource tankrofo no na wutim jama amanfo ekra abro esande de ediba ayinum eno nyina ne ka ho bi ma niema boy de niema
sentina aban ne say benchmark values ni ade we ye fi honum say se ne be ya amanfo dodo no sa discount na omo enjoy no na CCR no ebetimi aboa for local production. Oh, that honorable Beckwin, na me ka asem na ase ni asem
na me
ka no flow
so akana
asem na wo kan benchmark
na wo osre o ba wo miana na wo osre
benchmark value a wo
yeah
real feminist as a confident trickster
mano explain the kan mano explain
okay safa mumieti safa
go enya no mom ne be den ebeboa because asema na me ka no se utie mi ya ne na me ka say akuafo no ai offense banks empesa obema be loan what in the mention na say obi importer na obi import abroad aba money mu the bank prefer say be masa nipa no
importer
because yes importer because no de omeka stories bia later what in the mention na wodi makuani chinanko na stories na me ayi
no buy no
na ma those kind of what in the mention I say enti yes wo yes obetimi ama be access to what loans what in the mention I say if you go to the northern region people still stick to that old system of farming no abede se kan nom ne aso ne nasefo ne yeden ededo no buy wo honum what you say enti se wo boa amabanya offense modern equipment na bede ado a ebetimi aboa ma ahokire na yeden abafam what you say and again that make say be
I buy more farmers with this equipment. Is that what you are saying? No, you are saying. There be all customer kafat no. Kafat no. I buy Emma. Oh, put me wrong.
And yeah, when I get that, I'll put you wrong. Yeah, and I don't need to. If I want to comment on yours, I will. But what I want the listeners to hear is what I tell them.
Yeah, no. But what I said wrong? You have to prove it to me.
But the two honorables, mumieti samfana.
So enti say wo bibi ya that areas no ne say and then na me cry me expectation yes say so be fa bi say technical and vocational education the TVET na ehia much attention and the youth unemployment na den akosuri And it's due to the fact that people are not self-reliant. What you say, that self-reliance now being say, among for that theoretical aspect of education now as a beba. Still, they will depend on government for employment. And she said, all resources.
And you entrepreneurship no cry na ban ye no so how be ho. Kwaya ye fa so aye
yes. Kwaya fa so aye ade no. What in the metro na and free SHS ni be dia ba ye won kra no nyina ti ko sad back we de ba ko university no so abe ko no so no edodo na that theories yan be de be pa what you say enti se me hunu say you deepin that TVET no nanka enkra no dodo na aye ekọ ho no ma in the end no so
you source them with skills you want skills training this and
what in the metro na say obi koye building construction, electrical engineering, no nase for na so no ba. Why would that person say aban ma me adwuma anye wa abreko a ono ekwaje contract na so ya ebeden ebeban botom. You understand? But in the American I'm not trying to say NPP kwa or friends aban abako no nyina no attention encheda ni that aspect no. You understand? But NPP no was unti no se American se betimi eden betimi worried se be ba no bia nyama na be ye no honom no minka se bia be nye hwe wo honom but esa what you say enye enough say ebetimi ama amanfo eden ati ahom keka atimi because me hunu say offer the theory na I say ye na eno ne bu form aja introduce course no na say ye per textbook ekwa den biem. You understand? But that TVET no uhia equipment no na sefo and say na what me and inti ama government abako nyina no dodge that aspect no. But me so me hunu say nka no so ya de nka be den nka betimi aboaye oti ase dan say ye ma for university no na sefo akọ ye offering saying theory na baba.
Okay. All right. Sanfa, me da say na let me just throw in this one here because in Semnibia and Ninibia ya de kaka ho because of the budget presentation niaba betodja so we for the memo from Dr. Bawumia.
The MPP will shift the focus of economic policy away from taxation to production. So we are going to move away from taxation to production. From taxation to production.
From taxation to production. So in some na ebibusan so okay are buying production no fa because still that's where jina taxation na yeka tax one say me bem say and some finance minister the two jano ba could be one my say then di hun come ben from person di tum na ya me adwen kon kakra na who say no finance minister ka say be say on my original breakdown of Ghana your tax no yetua domestically yetua. Interesting, or say ofa Ghana man tembe dunsia na ewo sisi ano tax ajeji wo mam hanum sei no emu ohanchiche mu eduokono 90% if greater Accra and crime man tem in your tax ofa em sa Ashanti ni Western kabo mu a tax no mutua no kra ye less than 3% omo a tese omo kra no mu disu na nia aka no ewo honum sei. What does that tell us? Dear ne ka kire yen as on mine Diana Sadie we ya day ye. Yati localization, decentralization, and a sanya mano. Is it still as a bibia one crying? Entina ma ebia, and yamane kososano. Say fa in you and you be cream ra. Mantema hudwa akano. Enti bibia akra. Bibia akra. Ya boy homodian say ya dinyamane be edeko. Some of the regions. Any district, but still it seems that the concentration, that's why one cry. Saying, Honorable Bequin.
Midase, near upon the kind idea. I mean, when Singapore, who says one of the gymnastics, why name him say, Edge may be our own crying.
Okay.
One name him say, Free, you may now own crying. One name him say, Port Esitema. Port Isikumasi. Obviously, no, the point is what you are raising. Thought I say, as a minor, your decentralization, and yet Torah is what you see. And even in the budget yesterday, the local governance structure, SEA Shimu Kinano, they're even taking the power from them. Ask me why. And that's OTA budget now. Property rate
tax, no
tax, And we are one of the major components. I was a former DC. I'm not. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Assemblies. Ebinya wonsika as IGF, Internal Generated Fund. No. And look how we are banking. The one kasa wa bejeje. Now we are with the percentage. Akoma.
District Assembly.
Now they are private person. Ajiji. What is this government doing? It already know. They already stifled assemblies na enye sika nya adwuma na common fund wuntua no bra no a enu nti assemblies ni da kwa za no revenue collectors adwuma wo mo ye no they say wankasa ubema why redundant because if you are taking the property rate from the assemblies now and so what centralizing one do you believe in localization?
Is there a problem? Is this say be a buy no say okay well maybe government who said
Shemukina, when you can see, Minchowano. Don't feel say assemblies, assemblies, they are also an arm of the government.
Yeah.
And put to a if you go to the district, it's the central government projects, but most of the projects are costing the administration of the district is in the hands of the local assembly. Now, feel say, who baby touch man. That is why we have the local government minister who superintends over all the district municipalities and the metropolitans.
Should we be worried? And
we should be worried because
as a mindset, gradually
no, the MPP government is even killing the assemblies. Sika, Sika omuye na di nyina assembly di cry never park of Fabekan we no. Sika one sign in 2020 no. Because this is a government from 2017 to data, meaning when over 400 billion. NDC within Atamils, John Mahama and Misamita got just around 200 billion. Then Amudia mobile muso taxes, nuisance, yaba, send your boy, you fee taxation, aqua production. Yeah, let me take you through a little. Increase of VAT by 5%. I affect NHL and GetFund. Yes, I never know. And the GetFund crowd, or whatever. GetFund come to Kobosia. GetFund processor, Ebano. Ask us, dear John, 1.5 billion.
Honorable Kabibi, and the BC said,
I was a member of the committee.
I'm on the education committee. I'm on the committee now.
It was taken at that time.
The GetFund. Documentation.
I'm on the committee now.
I was a member.
No, let's not debate.
You don't have your front.
No, let's not debate.
I will explain to you. You are raising only 1 billion.
You are doing what?
You have raised only 1 billion, not 1.5.
Now what raises? What was it?
Yeah, me and that.
So 1 billion about.
Yeah.
It was supposed to come in practice.
Exactly.
It was supposed to
for the document.
I know what I'm talking about.
You destroy GetFund.
Honorable
GetFund.
Dr. Nyako.
Yeah.
Ukasa Mankasa.
Honorable. So
Mama hitting the one last one. Non Korean records. Yes, criticizing GetFund for 1.5 billion. Scanner bano cheap program. Yabano esado Fantini Beka. Now what's your 1 billion? That doesn't mean that we didn't go for 1.5 billion.
It's not true.
We didn't go for 1.5 billion.
We've not gone for 1.5 billion. It's not true.
So the 500 is not coming.
So
we've not gone for 1.5 billion.
Okay, so young
it's a public record.
Young Bibi said, Kwanya ye faso ye niama no. Se si akra sika na ye jiji no. Aban so okay there bi assemblies munjai. Niame be pobi na majiji nti bibi aban crying. Ese wo san centralize ade no. Now ebi nso say senior minister dey ade tu dwa na create impression bi say bia regions na bi omuntu tax because Ghana no the way I niama no most of these multinational companies near the na headquarters in Accra. Is headquartered in Accra nti say ebia say Infan say obi se tuobodom kra na otua ebia because
head office in the tax.
Enti we also throwing dust ebia ye tumfutregu and also to say
and na make say I use the word gymnastics. Presentation gymnastics no no. That this government or ye na adanko da adre ni ema no to tumfutregu ni penny. Because this thing is clear. Ye adwuma wa abam krom. Se wa si okọ, se wa adasu. There were he fan as a headquarters no one crying. Aha neba. No be any say musi of anything. Mudis kakwakosi ahotchiwa musi of friends saying I saw that you grano. As I said that, Konkwine no suni of anything. ho kwan so mo da be she parliament ntetia ebubu adan akese yesi ye nche ye de ma judges. Is this a visionary government? Bibia ni wa ha. It automatically no yesi ye tua taxa. Aha ne be den aban adwumafo bomugua mo e regions ni ade nyuma kese yinim call North Carnation call friends on that's why call Tema and nyuma nyina wo. Into automatically dey emmemu bi. They were just running away. Let me go back to what I was
quickly 1 minute na mpacho masa and fan brave na menji
Tinako. Nina ne say minia asema da on so. So we are only talking about Momo.
Yeah.
So what way? The woman who abrochire. What we call remittances. The KFI amanone.
So now it's going to be 2.75%. Who didn't need Aboma? 1% charge.
Remittances in if you are obi this KFI abrochire ebrewo. E de brand mame. E ye na adwuma bia. Wo say abrochire for first camera. Siska mayen e wo kromwa in terms of foreign exchange. Or the any dime bia who transfer after paying the service charge no. Who say make you another 1.75 on the money. Adai. Let's go ya wodia. Can you wodia? Na nipa ni busu ani no dey ba. Nti why do you ask why you to ya?
Okay.
You see, na mania we ya no fukura fiwa. Okay? One my help but we say we want to promote businesses. We want to help entrepreneurship. Most of the entrepreneurs, what do they do? Say, and then mobile probably they Canadina, Nisika no at an account. But me, Obetiaka, they are the workers, no way ye at the mobile phones. Oh, ye fee that bank transaction cost so between the account to the mobile phone 1.75. She and son of Ria. I go say my Medoka 300 1.75. She mini abema chairman Medoka SMTOka 1.75. She now the question comes is it the employer or the employee who bear that cost? This is the mess.
Medasi. Mama Sanfambre. Mama Sanfambre. Sanfa minti also you know Dr. Mebaso say yeah ko Mama Sanfambre na minti memo abem I mean Sanfa so presentation ni asemia minister de 2J na kwakwa say mo bunu ufi bunu mo say no tax no kra no nti say an yesu ye nkramantem ni yesu ye besode any etwa tax ni nyina de achale womunye akwan ni maye womunye bibia kama mote bunu amamu nsu because ya sisi who say tax no kra mo nche dem tuasa
asem na wakan de say obi ani say taxes de haya ni better taxes be kosoro nti obi ani ye say haya ni bibia wo so hu me say da bia me ka say wugya me a national capital no me de kwa akoto northern region because offer car from Ichiman na wo kotra ayi kentampo nsase da hosa bi obetimi an kwa koduru be ansana wa kohu akura ba ku bi ufri hon ma wahu nti oba hasi a haye choked adenti a haye ni bibia wo nti haya ni obia beba ni da more na nipa no so air doors na industries doors no taxes no so be kosoro. You understand? But say okọ ba bi te say bononom ne nasefo a da ho so ne bedo no bae aduane a yedi no ha nyina no ehwa ne eden efri ba enti ade ba ko a ama hot taxes no ewo fam anase sa mia no taxes ewo fam ye say ye nhye niema na ba ye no mukena uyi the industries a ye mane nkọ honom ne nasefo a ewo ha ise no firi honom a niema ba ye no honom no ye nhye mukena yeshemu aha to say bia baira abedo no ho aburo no abedo no ho ne nasefo no bia sei no say yeshemu kena industries a ewo ha no nyina no emu baniama no dodo na say ayi offense no bae no free ha na dia feed industries no what you say enti enka that one district one factory a be ka say bebe yesi na bia okọ that side na un say to say 1963 the Nkrumah year no production for food and processing OCC tamale meat processing and then Wenchi tomato factory those are na entinka factories no ebesi no dodo no the more na yes factories amanfo adwuma wo honom no ne be ma taxes na eden akosoro but kame akwa say niema na abaye no ye nhemu kina even of late youth no cry running from agriculture. Why? Because like post harvest losses no edoso nipa no kodo tomatoes no na asefo no you say no say perishable goods enti uko ba bi ti say wanchi no na akoma dan a eno nso no bedo pa na nipa no so bedo awie na ready market ni ho na eba abese no ane ye won no bi what na chira ase enti senka ye hye niema no mu kena na esisi factory say bia nipa no do wi ready market wo ho or the be feedi factories no na asefo a na nka taxes na den taxes na akosoro what you are saying nka homom ni ebetimi I start to say equalization of taxes are ebia bono betua ne taxes are northern regions nutria ne taxes are ebia greater Accra betua but sabre ya honom no ya tuna jeje mu die I'm not too sure say ebetimi equalize it what you are saying equalize enye ye what na mecho na say. And then you want niema no bi mu ho so anka at least enu say no ebe uniform bi say banks no ahodo na nanka ashita wo man no mu no what you say ba be ya adwuma ho no nyina say nanka betua taxes unfortunately MPP ba ye ni ba gugugu banks no you understand think obi ne nanka otua tax wo ho no no so a eno no sa tax no nya dia obenya no what na mecho until na no account for the reasons why are those areas no taxes no and appreciate you understand. Yeah, so me who say ye pese ye that equalization ni dia ye nsha say honom no so no ye because it is a bui dam wo bui power bet authority head office ewo Accra. You understand? It's all of head office by Accra Abreko adwuma na ankasa wo bui dia na no so taxes no o ye de enya no ho no haya no beba benya no you understand and it say ayi of friend saying wako baabi akopuka nsuo na waba ayi wako atifia akopuka na waba na afo na oba bebisa de nti eye wo anu wo kose
Meda Sisanfa, Mamenji Binfi, Dr. Nyakun on say.
About education issues, so you're very careful. No government in the history of this country. I invested in TVET education more than this government. Spent about $1 billion. Our TVET education. About 10 months ago, Education Select Committee go around the country. They could visit TVET institutions in the country, both tertiary and pre-tertiary. In my constituency, they are building creative arts institution over there, the first of its kind in West Africa.
And we say what the percentage, Ben?
Very soon, they will enroll students. Very soon.
Very soon. Last
time I called inspection, the Minister for Education, okay, said next year. That's what he said.
No, I'm saying in terms of percentage.
Substantially done.
Okay.
But the point on, me say TVET education. This senior high school, me say TVET come on. Government say that is why we are talking about entrepreneurial development and all that. But who say skills development, no, and they're the key to our progress. So investment there, mean huge. So don't go there. Go to this institution and see things for yourself. Agriculture, so you are telling us, say, this country in 5 years, is making provision in terms of, say, yes, you provide equipment for farmers. That's been done. We subsidize fertilizers for them. Agriculture sector is doing so well. The bottom line is that this budget now can admire on behalf of the president, a budget is solve most of our challenges. It pains me. Say, give us specifics from the budget. Like I say, we womb, but I've told you, say, we are providing 10 billion Ghana cedis as stimulus package for this economy. I bet creating jobs for most people are on this country. And the fact is there, that check yeah, first one, raise revenue, I bet my boy, I mean, build upon our infrastructure.
You just introduced Obata Palace. Obata Mani could say.
I'm telling you, sir. I'm saying, sir. No, me say.
Honorable Working.
When intervention, they go come say the best fix the change in the economy. But see, who can say property tax? You want to settle and all that. Minya, NDC, you don't have the track record. More under your watch, this country was in coma. We have been able to resurrect this economy. Minya, in this country, I'm not very careful. That's it. I'm regulating normal. Revenue mobilization at the assemblies at the same. Oh, Kasa or say Yeshemu Kena. When you were there, could you do that? Also, I say Yeshemu Kena. More time, no? Could you do that? No clue. No clue.
We didn't bring that to
we are building a system, so that we can enhance revenue mobilization.
Full decentralization.
I'm saying, say,
and calling for fiscal decentralization.
With e-governance,
you are bringing money.
With e-governance and digitalization, what we can do is, Sonia, we can mobilize more revenue and disperse them. This week Assembly Common Fund. This week Assembly Common Fund. It's not centralized. Is it not centralized? It is centralized.
That money comes to the central government.
I'm saying that it is centralized. What are you talking about?
It's coming to you.
Oh, common fund. Your common fund is centralized.
How's it centralized? So,
it is disbursed from Accra to you.
That does not mean that does not mean saying according to the national coffers.
No,
the national coffers now disburses kind of. Or disburses the money does not sit in.
Then I also ask you. I did not.
Who can for about the 50%?
I did not young creative offices. I did not. Oh, that was. I did not young creative. As soon as I did not young creative offices. The various districts. Now, among localities can go. I don't know, sir.
No, sir.
That makes it decentralized.
No, so where you sika on my money.
I'm saying, sir, it is possible, sir, to create offices to have the disbursement
done
there.
I say, for instance, ton oil is scanner bano. We should put the oil in Fanco district.
By extension, I'm trying to tell you, sir, what argument is not strong. Because as we sit now, this Assembly Common Fund it is best using a formula from the centralized level. Okay. That is a fact.
Okay. Property rates this time immemorial is being administered by the assemblies.
And how much do we get from that?
If you are not as a central government with the ministry that the assemblies work under.
And could you do that?
Oh, please.
No.
If there is something that you think is not going right.
Could you do that?
Use mechanisms, use measures to strengthen it.
You couldn't strengthen it. We are using our brains.
Bring the money from
we are using our brains to get the money. You couldn't do that. Who need moral credit to talk about this? I'm saying, sir. Who need only opportunity. Couldn't say property tax. Our problem. You couldn't fix it. You couldn't fix it. We have done it. To raise the money. They're talking about. What's now so? Property rates. They be a problem. Monti me anya idea. Say empo. Yanti campaign. Net me register number. You couldn't do that. Obey the idea back. Obey the idea, but say, let us have a system to do that. You are talking against it. When you didn't even have a single clue to do that. That's fun issues. They say, I'm a boss for NAB committee. I'm on the committee as well. That fund went to Parliament. They find MMO crime, could raise an amount of $1.5 billion. As we speak, that fund has been able to raise close to $1 billion.
Is it GetFund a coy and now buying a coy?
No, GetFund on their own. He's aware. He was in Parliament at that time.
GetFund on its own.
GetFund on its own.
GetFund without approval of the government cannot go and securitize that money.
They came to Parliament
because GetFund is the act of Parliament.
It is
approved by government.
It is autonomous too. But they went to Parliament on their own.
Any of the institutions that goes for money. I was in Parliament when the minister came. I was on the committee when the minister came. And you are telling me, say, woman saka $1 billion. And not just said they didn't go for one. And you share
say, I'm 1.5, and I'm correcting you.
They securitize what? And not just for the number.
Okay, so argument. Ose anya 1.5. 1 billion.
1 billion. 1.5. 1 billion about. Me man
Get fund and 1.5 BR. That is the fact. That is the fact. I'm saying say. They went to.
As we've been taking loans from overseas. Now institution, you know, you call as a government of the day. You got 2 billion. Now I say as our 2 billion got for China.
What's ABOAGYE?
Yes.
Me say.
600. I already.
Education committee.
Now I buy no say. And our institution.
Okay, so let me read this story. Parliament approves $1.5 billion loan for GetFund. This was November 23, 2018.
Yeah.
So Parliament has approved a loan of $1.5 billion for the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GetFund, to support the development of educational infrastructure. This came despite objections raised by the minority. They insisted that they could not back the loan agreement because they were not aware of the lender of the facility. But this was discounted by Dr. Anthony Osei Akoto, Minister of Monitoring and Evaluation, who said the minority members had been informed about the lender. He went ahead to announce to the House who the lender was, Car Bank. As to, well...
Akoto was a year ben.
That's 2018.
And I'm telling you, say, that fund on its own went for that facility.
Recently,
me say education committee.
Don't misinform the public.
I'm not doing that.
You're misinforming the public.
Okay,
GetFund went to Parliament. So we pay 1.5 billion. What did I say? No, I said back in 20 tranches. They went there. And as we speak, 2 months ago, education committee, we went to Kofoludia. GetFund boss was there. Minority, we were there. Or say that's the kind of 1.5 no. They've raised about 1 billion. That's what I'm saying.
So
who say according to 1.5? I'm saying
So this we answer to. So originally, now Honorable Bekin said Sikana ye kwa kopen 1.5 billion. No, I see 1.5 billion. And now also person tia say 1.5 no.
Me nyina mai.
And my.
Na nka say yakode
1.5.
Yo, a bond market. And they say yakwa apply for 1.5 now and a biabao. A bond market. As I speak now.
Doctor.
Oh, senior.
What are you saying?
As we speak now.
With the market master.
Car
bank.
Me say. Senior. If you are not go and do research. You are reading 2018. Do you know, said there is a special purpose vehicle called Dachi that was mandated to go to the bond market? Is he aware?
To do what?
To raise bond for this facility. Dachi, go and check.
Car bank no.
And I'm saying, where 2018?
Car bank there no anye juma na yenji.
I'm trying to suggest to you, sir, from what I know, there's a special purpose vehicle.
Dachi to go. Omuji scanner na omanji. Because he says, I just want education. That's all.
That 2018 now, it was when it went to Parliament.
Yes, no,
but what I know is the local banks couldn't help us to raise that money.
Okay.
So there was a special purpose vehicle called Dachi.
So has that was been amended in Parliament?
Monvier.
Don't run away from the 1.5.
And I'm telling you, sir. I know the main case, but the point you make, me say, Yakoche. And I'm saying, sir, as we speak, you flow two, you saw Dachi, and that issue came to Parliament. And my minority for a question say, why do we have to go for that special purpose vehicle? How do I do to raise the issue? So later we rather say we couldn't get the money from local banks.
Okay.
So we have to go to the bond market. You can check, and next time when I come here, put it before me.
Check.
I'm not saying we have been able to raise on the bond market that amount of difference room because okay say according to
1.5. We will check.
Check it.
Next time.
Then you put it before us. Oh, yeah.
Senior.
So what man say? Over the years, you know, say the economy no struggle because it depended so much on import, less on export. So all the time no, you know, big deficit and all that. Bottom line, how do we make progress? I'm asking the question about moving from taxation to taxation. Abamba, no. At least 15 taxes. Some of them were scrapped. It also you reduce the threshold. That was the idea. And the agent said, why don't we establish factories? Establishing more factories in every district. It better me I produce more. The more I produce, we can generate more revenue, employ people from those districts. About me up preventing rural urban migration. About boy said about you see that whole day no. Because we're not going to import more goods. That was the idea.
Okay.
So
but just for mommy.
So 1D1F no has made progress. Because at least that we have 150,000 that in indirect aboying to me as solve unemployment challenge in a way. But we are still doing it. We are still doing it. Now say no could find the call to Eastern region or call echo commission be. Central region or call commission be. What does it? So for us, no, they basically move this economy from the pandemic ridden economy. You say things differently.
Okay,
that's the point I'm trying to make.
Me that's it. Sanfa, you have to be chat to crowd. Just closing remarks, just 1 minute.
I made some echo. Yeah, me kind say. Obefa education ya me bo TV so I can say be she mu kina na se for. Ye nyina de ye pe no. What you say? But sometimes, I say, back and say, Yakwa, because, nyina yo I krum her. The be koswa, a bedding, you be who. What you say?
I saw the on education committee or so,
yes, but say, make I say, Basi, dine biasi baby, and I say, batre, I TV at Numa. Ye nyina say, Okruma, ye be who. What the metro na say? But me concern ye say, and no woman yard young, kibet me a day, aboa the youth unemployment a day. Ewo honum no.
You start no more ye.
You
start no. Budget you start.
Unia. Essentially make us say.
Ebe man mabunu no sika no mo dia loan so mo dia ye omo startup ni ne ka ho. Say.
On can budget no on can you start now can what the crow. You start now can who the best.
I say ya Dabio, I say ya. Who say?
I say upupu ade no yes.
What the crow.
Dabio, who say?
Bizan say day. Who say? You start me then.
I say ya o kan won. Already there wo enkrofo abeya adwuma dada. Aban yi because of nneema bi ntino sa enkrofo na akwa fie. What you say? Make the banking sector I clean up. What you say? Enti say o ka say wo ba be so amanfo asene ama ba koye adwuma. Akwa ti say me hu say the minsin kan no. What you say? Go wa abrekwa na obi e wo permanent job a oye na watimi agu na na akwa fie na sa abre no ba be ka say me be Fiscal ma ama me dia so asene say fa koye adwuma.
Ba say aban say banking sector no so na nyama say wo ho. Enti
banking sector wow $19 billion
to cities to
now what spending 19
aban say economy ni egu
Minia banking sector na wow kase be here about 9 billion na be but
and we also
according to Bank of Ghana na banks me here 9 billion na be they are surviving.
It's a good bank before we pay.
Na bank ya we here 9 billion na they are surviving.
I know they know ya dream because yes amanfo no omo nso ya ba be gu omo nyuma abom.
Yeah, amanfo
but mean ya save depositors with their funds. When I say this they all got their money. They all got their money. Wo usika idai. They all got their money.
What education committees now can get funders. Only get funders to banks na ayi offense besia.
Get fund no go no. Get fund no go no.
Be good there. Any person me choose say.
Go get fund
no. Banks no sika na be here say. Banks na ka say bi mo enya liquid na se for no. It's due to the fact say Now, your friends GetFund mu na akra at the banks no be muka. You understand?
Mpacho mama sanfan we na menje kakra mfi ono.
Yes, anti so be fabi to say ayi G na.
And this for ya kan ye.
No, but me just say oh yeah we say me just say yeah we say says here GetFund at the banks no be muka.
Sanfasi for
basis abre ya GetFund at so the banks no be muka. What you say bentwe ne nyina kan ho bi na ma banks no enye liquid. Enti say wo no o pese oboa ayi banks no a enye ni papa mu ni say obegu bank no dabi because wo no as a government no o ya aware say government na kasa so the banks no ka. Enti say utua sa ka
somewhere absorb be liquid.
You understand?
What's Sam to our crowd bro for no crash say magubi.
Negu there.
What's Sam? Why say ma obusa na say wow say Sam to mean say
e bono ma e be absorbed. Some came together. That's it. E bi ngui. Bank ya ngui.
Honorable Bekin.
Me no am da say me de kakra me kan ebitenti. E jagana fo. Twa ho tre wo man mu. Tax ahodo aban we dey be gu fuel so. Ama ne petrol enam no ho a. Aban osi obeboa menwuma akoso na ne rure fi say ye kan nwuma ye no a utilities fuel ne ye kan nyina eats into their production cost na wasen babio edis ha ne nada na babio edis ha tax ahudu asan begu so omanya 2021 tax revenue na 55 billion. Now we're projected to collect 80 billion in 2022.
What's it?
Young crop for bread. A man for bread. And neka krebe fi momo maba. Yawu for ni ye namfu ni ye ma di be fair brochi abaso. Abayani sa beji 1.75 bill. Until petrol so. E san kraba be kosoro. Yes, rene say. Ye nim say. Abayani per se. Okusi parliamentary chamber foforo esanfa MPs 30 bekan ye nim se abane pese osan koto jet ye panichew in the face of this hardships and who tre woman ni mo no ye de yensa guye sayem sa e-tax semono ye sre bawumi aka kire yense enye so obeji momo tax na ye nim se opia yen e de yakogu gotem no the ID ni offend saying tetididiti no e de agu yen so ye panichew on hwe na Ghana for bre
me conclude no me conclude no onim in this country and NDC
bon conclude
no NDC na we buy
omode tax eto condoms NDC omode eto sekan ye de do ekofo de do omode to so at that time no na COVID-19 ho at that time no ye the sumo for 5 years old. At that time, no, they couldn't even create jobs for us. They couldn't. But in the midst of COVID, no, you're building more roads than them. You're building more roads than you. You're creating more jobs than you. You're first going to be a chairman.
$2 billion.
If your friends are World Bank,
now 20 billion, I'm going to Bank of Ghana.
We are paying all the interest on them.
Your peers in the West African zone, Tanzania, they are all doing fantastic. MPP are buying. What does the COVID?
Number Sanyaso at the road to Fiaman Homeresu Ejiji Tonton Sansan and with Mix 100.9 FM.
Right, time for us to go. Brasso say any more bedin cram on fanchemi. Now I'm saying to me be a course. God willing, Chna, Yabeba Modiana, Yabiamano. Yauza Swami says, as the budget statement and economic policy of the government for 2022 were read yesterday, I advised Ghanaians to take advantage of the various good policies. And Nana Kwame Mensabon Susheka for Intotro also says, NPP says the budget is clear. We are grateful, Nanado and Dr. Baumia, administration. And one here says, this good man is selfish. They should enjoy the profit they have made for the past years. Seminka, NOD, NO, 1, 2 from Alai Baba. Another big lazy man approach to taxation by Vice President to just under 40 toll booth. Vice President cannot digitize. Alai Baba with that. Okay. So the budget, this budget, to my candid opinion, is a poison that that's going to kill the poor Ghanaians slowly. Alhaji Willie P. Fie Kuma Zongo no Debaye. Teacher Kujo Tubodom Adantasi says, I told you so. 2022 budget is really the best because there is full. This is full of hope. Teacher Kujo no Dia no Baye. Of Mami Odomi say road toll levy scrapped. Very good initiative. God bless Nana Baumia administration. And for President Akufo-Addo led MPP government to announce that road tolls levy will no longer be charged from drivers who ply certain roads across the country is a step in the right direction. That Yao Sankide Ewo Taifa and Wadi and no Edi Baye. Fighter Kweku Boache says you want to operate a cashless system and you are introducing E-levy. It's a lazy man approach, Keke. Fighter Kweku Boache with that one. Eben Kwabenya Welder Junction. The insensitive of NPP government led by incompetent President Akufo-Addo. Very much whatever. I'm not going to use those words. Tete Osunyane says the 2022 budget is focuses on more on youthful population. Yes, because statistics and crutches are the endorse papa I'm saying. You see, these traders association should shut up and give us a break. What is all these subtle threats and acrimonies like the Ghanaian politicians? These trading associations are all a bunch of self-seeking people. Kwesi Kwansa or Yuki NOD and Obaye. Agunaba MP from Kaswa Adam Nana. Yesterday, all of us heard the good news budget read by the finance minister, and it's going to be helpful and develop the country. Agunaba MP with that one. Eja Bata from Adenta. The way this NPP government is increasing tax constitute crime against humanity. What happens to we? That's Ejabata and Odiano Edibai Nana Equiamwa Boating Ewa Ablekuma Central. You see, this single tax is just like Johnson & Johnson single dose vaccine. Just one single shot. This budget statement is very refreshing, particularly the removal of the toll booth system. That Nana Equiamwa Boating Ablekuma Central. President Kufuor brought talk tax to give employment to the youth, but the youth are in worst state of employment. What happened to that money? Now they multiply the tax in 20% folds. I couldn't quite connect with it, but all the same I read it. Teacher Constitution. Riamwasi, after listening to the Ajinkon budget, I'm still clapping for Nana and Baumia. This budget has given the NDC nightmares. That's one here from Teacher Constitution. And to Isa says NPP government know how to take money and chop, but to help Ghanaians, no. Isa from Insawam Zongo. Leviticus powers. Ewa Kaswa. Wasi road to abolish is a spot on, and there cannot be a successful surgery without pain. Leviticus powers no dear no buy. Let us not think that this budget will help us, because several sectors of the budget is completely robbing Peter to pay Paul. That Simon Azaleko from Agbogba EP down. I'm sorry, I'll read maybe just one, then I'll just end it here. The rest of it, I'm sure, next time, God willing. And Enoch Wasaman Kese Kama has suddenly catch up with this MPP government. They are worsening what they criticize the NDC of today. They drop one tax and then introduce more. This budget is Ohia and Ahuche budget. Well, that's Enoch from Asaman Kese. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedio Suno Asugo make out say Lufat Adaruma. Lufat Meleye drew as malaria how abomodia na mawunsanka Lufat. Video jemu enkwada timinum impenfo timinum. Kwada de ne nsuo penfo de ne tablet a onsa betimi akabia ne ya na odi abo ho ban efi malaria ho. Omadama na otienka ene Africa Media Art Sales Summit that's AfriMas 2021. Baso just join the summit of if you an advertiser, media enterprise owner, content creator, event originator, media business executive, journalist, ad agencies, media sales practitioners, and seasoned media industry professionals. You can explore this opportunity. Available solutions for sustaining the media business through and post COVID pandemic. So sa adie abama mo ameboboso we adwuma bia me boss abomodian say ode ho baji sa adwumadie mu under the theme the sustainability of media revenue post COVID-19. Ka be fa so abetimi asan gina wona asu biom after year COVID-19 no empenifo bebre atwetwe wuro no be kasa wase enti bomodian ahu gimu November eda toso eduonu enum 25th November 2021 time 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. venue multi-choice DSTV head office Abelenkpe in Kranhanam Siya. Ubetimi ato premium ticket for 250 Ghana cedis. That's in person and online 150 Ghana cedis if you want to do online. Buy ticket now. www.afrimas.com/event. And Ubetimi after 0243 024552 for reservations and And I pay any Honorable Dr. Kingsley Nyako, Member of Parliament for Kwadasu constituency, Honorable Derek Ohine Bequeen, former Member of Parliament for Upper West Achim, and Samfa Lucius, PPP Bruno Regional Chairman, and I pay for any Omudi Juma where discussion segment. Kwejo Damiato, and I'm Jero Sajman, and Boami, Tisha Jumedi Bremo, Fema Banco, and Nanayao. We're on social media streaming it for us. Yamidi Huchami, KWASI ABOAGYE. I'm still your darling. One Timing Care. Meko. DJ Bosco. Up next with some great music. Lining up. The 12 midday. KWASI That a damper linear. Meko.